So we got through a lot of information there with Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister and then the director of the National Hurricane Center. And still to come, we're going to talk to Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez and get a sense as to the state's response to Hurricane Idalia. And that will be in advance of Governor DeSantis speaking at a press conference coming up at 9. We have St. Pete Mayor Ken Welsh speaking at 10 this morning. So as all of these state and local officials speak to all of you about what to expect and what's happening at the state and local level in terms of the response to Hurricane Idalia. We're going to bring all of that to you live during this nonstop Operation Stormwatch coverage. So we'll do that. Plus, we'll be checking in with meteorologists every single hour, all throughout the course of the day for the latest on the forecast as we get closer and closer to some of those outer bands reaching the Tampa Bay area. It looks like in Key West, things are starting to get a little rough down there. They're getting some of the outer bands from Hurricane Idalia right now. Our timeline a little bit later, we're looking more towards this evening and tonight when things really start to deteriorate. But we'll be back at it with a lot more for you, including the Lieutenant Governor next, right here on The Ryan Gorman Show.
For the Moss Nissan Traffic Center on our roads early this morning, for the most part, traffic's moving well. Not as many people on the roads. We have an advisory for the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. The bridge is open right now, but later this evening when the storm rolls past us, bridge will likely be closed at some point. Traffic right now in the Selman Expressway is moving well. The upper deck, though, the express lanes, they are eastbound only until further notice. And we have stop-and-go traffic. This is out in Polk County if you're heading towards Orlando. I-4 eastbound right before you get to US 27. This traffic report is sponsored by Haverty's Furniture. Hey, Tampa, it's time for another big weekend at Haverty's because right now you can save up to $1,000. The only thing better than finding that perfectly, expertly crafted piece your home's been needing is paying less to do it. Haverty's, we furnish happiness. John Thomas, News Radio, WFLA.
Hurricane Idalia is approaching. Count on Operation Stormwatch. Stay alert for important weather updates on this station and on iHeartRadio around the clock. With experts from News Radio, WFLA, and Max Defender 8. Operation Stormwatch coverage is also online at WFLAnews.com. Thanks to New South Window Solutions.
The McDonald's $1-2-$3 menu got me thinking, if I go to bed early, I can get McDonald's breakfast earlier. 'Cause it's kind of like morning comes a lot faster. Get all your favorite breakfast items like the Sausage McMuffin, hash browns, and a soft drink for just a few bucks, only on the McDonald's $1-2-$3 menu. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any offer or combo meal.
Ruthie, our last summer barbecue is this weekend, and it has to be epic.
Well, Total Wine has these new hard seltzers that'll rock your barbecue. And my favorite Cabernet will make your famous ribs even famous-er.
Yes, just what my last summer barbecue needed.
Wow, and at those low prices, they'll be great for my first fall barbecue.
Ooh, I'll trade you my famous ribs recipe for one of yours.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for a better sex life? Sex releases feel-good hormones that help you alleviate stress. It can deepen your feelings of intimacy with your partner and lead to increased happiness. So if you want a better sex life, you gotta check out Roman. Roman has medication clinically proven to help you perform in bed. There are no waiting rooms and no hassle. Roman sends everything in discreet packaging. For 20% off your entire first order, go to ro.co/perform. That's ro.co/perform.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio from Allison Griffin, Head of Marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
For a limited time, we've added another amazing perk to the Planet Fitness Black Card. Now, get the Black Card membership for only $1 down and your first month free. So many great perks. Bring a friend free every time. Enjoy our massage chairs and more in our Black Card Spa. Work out at any Planet Fitness, anywhere, all for just $1 down and your first month free. That's over $25 in savings. Deal ends August 31st. Easily join from home at planetfitness.com or visit us in club to lock in your free month of perks today.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
What if no one knew who you were?
Could you give me your name? What is your name? What is your name?
And you had lost the ability to tell them.
In Coronado, nursing home employees have cared for a man for years, but they have no idea who he is.
Life changed in an instant for one man. It happened in the California desert nearly 2 decades ago on a clear morning in June. He's been kept alive on life support ever since. My name is Joanne Ferrian. I'm an investigative reporter, and I spent nearly 2 years trying to figure out how a teenager ended up unconscious and unidentified for so long, and how he came to be known only by the name 66 Garage.
To think that there's a family out there that just has no idea what happened to their son, their brother, their uncle. He could even have children. That he just disappeared off the face of the earth as far as they're concerned, and they had no idea.
Piecing together 66 Garage's story will make me question what I thought I knew about consciousness. It's a story about connection and what makes us human. It's about resilience and finding hope in the most unexpected places. This is Room 20, a new podcast from the LA Times studios.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Waking up on the right side. This is the Sean Hannity Morning Minute.
In terms of polls, this is pretty interesting. Biden's favorability rating is now sunk to a 31%, a new ABC News poll. 31%? Now we're heading into Chris Christie territory. Latest poll, 31% of adults said they have a favorable view of Biden. That's why I would be on get rid of Biden watch as it relates to the Democrats. I'm telling you, this is very real. Pay attention. 3 new polls showing Donald Trump defeating Biden in 2020. Emerson has a hypothetical matchup between Trump and Biden, 46-44 Trump, 10% undecided, with Green Party candidate Cornel West added to the ballot. It's 44 Trump, 39 Biden, 4 West, and 13 undecided.
From coast to coast, from sea to shining sea, it's the Sean Hannity Show.
Hun, we need to stop putting off getting life insurance.
I know. It's just been so busy, and I'm sure the cost is out of our budget.
Well, Jen told me that they got a $500,000 term life insurance policy from Ethos for less than $23 a month. All online with no complicated forms and no medical exam. All they had to do was answer a few health questions.
Wait, no medical exam and all online?
I know, right? It's not easy to think about, but if something happened to you, James and I would be...
Okay, I get it. Let's get a quote from Ethos right now. Wow, you were right. There's no medical exam. And Ethos makes the whole online process fast and easy. And look at these rates and coverage options. It's great protection and totally fits our budget.
Ethos. They've removed all the barriers from getting coverage. Go to checkethos.com to get your free online quote. That's checkethos.com. Quote based on a healthy, non-smoking 30-year-old male with a 20-year term policy. Rates may vary.
From the local Lexus dealers, WFLA News Desk is News Radio WFLA. Online at WFLAnews.com.
It's 8:33. Good morning. I'm Chris Trankman. Hurricane Idalia bringing high winds and high tide. That story coming up. First, let's check the roads. Here's John Thomas.
For the Moss Nissan Traffic Center on our roads early this morning, for the most part, traffic's moving well. Not as many people on the roads early this morning. Obviously, everyone's getting set for the storm, or at least that's what we're hoping. We do want to point out the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. That is open right now. Traffic's flowing in both directions, but expect the Sunshine Skyway to close later this evening as the storm moves past us. Selman Expressway, the upper deck, the express lanes are eastbound only right now until further notice. We have an accident out Lakeland Way. The right lanes block Polk Parkway westbound as you approach Florida Avenue. And if you're heading towards Orlando trying to move away from the storm, stop and go traffic I-4 eastbound just before you get to US 27. And just a reminder, when the storm does pass, we're going to see a lot of rain, heavy winds, possible flooding, likely flooding, and possible down power lines. So if you're out on the road, and there's probably no good reason to be out on the road, but if you are, stay focused, stay safe. John Thomas, News Radio, WFLA.
Hi, this is Bob Koschel, broadcasting from the Root Air Conditioning Weather Center, powered by Gulf Coast Air Systems.
We will start to see the outer rain bands from Idalia this afternoon. Winds will increase, and it'll be muggy between the storms. We'll make it to about 92, and then conditions really go downhill for tonight, where we have the strongest winds, the heaviest rain, and the possibility of coastal flooding with the onshore winds. Overnight lows in the mid-70s. Storms continue throughout the day on Wednesday as well, with a high of 87. Not a good day to head out on the water, of course. Southeast winds 20 to 25 knots and gusting up to 40. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
This report is sponsored by Haverty's Furniture.
Hey, Tampa, it's time for another big weekend at Haverty's, because right now you can save up to $1,000. The only thing better than finding that perfect, expertly crafted piece your home's been needing is paying less to do it. Haverty's, we furnish happiness.
It's 83 degrees at News Radio WFLA. A hurricane warning in effect from the middle of Longboat Key in Sarasota County northward to the Big Bend, including all of Tampa Bay along Florida's Gulf Coast. Hurricane Idalia is approaching. The storm has maximum sustained winds of 80 miles per hour, still moving north. Governor DeSantis has declared a state of emergency in 46 counties and has a warning for coastal residents.
As we get into the late afternoon, early evening, it's going to start to get really, really nasty. It's going to be tough to be on the road and doing that. So see what you need.
Mandatory evacuation orders in effect for Zone A in coastal areas in Pinellas, Pasco, and Hillsborough counties. Idalia currently a Category 1 storm, but it's expected to strengthen into a Category 3 with top winds of at least 111 miles per hour before making landfall on Wednesday. Forecasters predicting strong wind gusts by this evening into the overnight hours, and that could mean power outages.
Thousands of power line crew workers are ready to deploy to parts of the Gulf Coast to help get lights and air conditioning turned back on after the storm, says Governor Ron DeSantis.
We've got a lot of people staged that are going to do something about it to try to restore, but there's no way you're going to get through this storm without losing power. So just make those preparations.
Food, fuel, and water are on standby at a few different locations around Central Florida to be distributed. Evan Brown, News Radio WFLA.
Tolls are suspended in Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Pasco County. The governor asking evacuees to make plans to go to a safe area, even if it's just a few miles away, not necessarily hundreds of miles or out of state. Storm surge warnings in effect for the coastal counties, and it'll be made worse because of an unusually high tide thanks to a supermoon. Estimates have the surge at 4 to 7 feet. News at the top and bottom of every hour. More of the Ryan Gorman Show in moments. I'm Chris Trankman, News Radio WFLA.
Visit your local Lexus dealer or go to Lexus.com to find the dealer nearest you.
Tent?
Check.
Sleeping bag?
Check.
Bug spray?
Check. If you want to be well equipped for a summer camping trip, you need a comprehensive checklist. To be well equipped all year long, check out your local Lexus dealer. There you'll find special offers on select highly capable Lexus SUVs at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. But make sure it's first on your list because these offers end September 5th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
WFLA News is brought to you by Safe Touch Security. From Tampa Bay and around the world, this is the news you care about. The Ryan Gorman Show on News Radio WFLA.
Ryan Gorman here with Dana McKay and Jason Behringer, and we are continuing now with our Operation Stormwatch Hurricane Idalia coverage. And let's go straight to the Holland Group hotline. You can check them out at askthehollands.com and bring in Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez for the latest on the state response to the storm. Lieutenant Governor, thanks so much for taking a few minutes to come on the show. We really appreciate it. I know things are busy there where you're at as the preparations continue for Idalia. Tell us a little bit about the messages that you want to get out to the Tampa Bay area in advance of this storm.
And of course, as your listeners are tuning in, we want them to please heed local emergency orders, especially evacuation orders. If you are in an evacuation zone and you've been asked to leave your home, please do so. Do so timely. You can't wait till later this evening. As you heard earlier in the show, the storm is going to intensify. We're going to experience some pretty significant winds, and that's not the time for you to be making your decisions and your plans. So if you need to evacuate, do so in a timely manner today, early today. And of course, as we start to deal with the effects post-storm, the state is ready. We've pre-positioned a number of assets, making sure that we have National Guardsmen at the ready, over 25,000 linemen to restore power as soon as it's safe to do so. We've got millions of bottles of water, millions of MREs for people, hundreds of thousands of gallons of fuel. So all of that is ready from the state perspective, but of course we need people to do their part, heed the orders, and then something that always gets said, but I think it bears repeating, generator safety. We know people that when they want to use their generators, they need to do so safely. Make sure you do not put them indoors. Make sure they're at least 20 feet away from your windows. And you know, those are things that Floridians should be accustomed to, given that, you know, we've dealt with the storm before. But it always bears repeating to your listeners, because unfortunately there's always loss of life due to generators and using them inaccurately.
Tell us what the past 24 hours have been like as you and the governor and other top state officials have been putting into motion a lot of what you were just describing to us, things that are now set in advance of Hurricane Idalia's approach.
Yeah, well, as you know, we started monitoring this last week. We've been in communication with our Division of Emergency Management. At first, it was looking like it was just going to be a tropical storm. As it started to intensify, as the cone and the pattern of the storm, the track started to solidify, we realized this was going to be a significant event. So that's when we start to coordinate and set up the activation of our Emergency Operations Center. It's at a level 1, which means it's operating 24 hours. Coordinating with our local counties, and that's key for us, being in constant communication, understanding what each county may need. Hillsborough may have everything settled. They may not have any state requests, but there are other counties, Franklin County, Gulf County, Dixie County, they may have specific needs. So we're constantly communicating, working with our healthcare partners as well. Oftentimes hospitals have to evacuate. I believe at this point only 3 hospitals have had to evacuate patients, but that, as you can imagine, is quite the endeavor. So the state is ready to assist. We have ambulance strike teams that can also help evacuate and transfer patients out of assisted living facilities, nursing homes, especially those that are ventilator dependent or require electricity. Those are special needs patients that we want to make sure are taken care of well in advance of the storm. So shelters are open. They'll continue to open as needed. And the message really is to follow those local orders. Make sure if you're in an evacuation zone, if you're in a mobile home or a manufactured home, we know from experience that those homes don't tend to sustain those winds really well. And of course, with the potential for 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, if you're in a coastal area, please do what you need to do. Get all your documents with you. Take care of yourself, your family, your loved ones, your pets, and make sure you seek shelter.
We're obviously preparing for the worst here in the Tampa Bay area, hoping for the best. The storm surge going to be an issue along our coastline, but I want to focus for a moment on where this storm is potentially going to hit, that Big Bend area, and some of the unique challenges that we may face there. It's a lot of rural communities up there. And we saw some of this during Hurricane Michael, and that can be challenging on a number of levels. What are some of the things that you're focused on for where this storm could potentially directly hit here in Florida?
Yeah, and you're right. Very similar to Hurricane Michael, hitting those rural areas, areas with a lot of tree cover, areas that have challenges, if you will. And so the state really is ready in order to be able to deploy resources and assets and everything from high water vehicles to high wheel vehicles, making sure that we have our National Guardsmen that are ready, that can set up very quickly and be able to issue points of distribution for everything from water to tarps, to meals, working in tandem with our private sector partners, which is also really important to get all hands on deck. It's a whole of government approach, and we are in active communication with those rural counties, those counties that perhaps don't have as sophisticated an emergency response operation as, say, Hillsborough does, but nonetheless, they do great work, they do yeoman's work, and the state stands ready to assist. So right now, we don't have any unmet needs from any county, so we're constantly monitoring our missions requests, if you will. Counties can put in, and we fill those needs and requests almost in real time. And so at this point, all counties have indicated that they have what they need. But again, most of the important messaging right now centers around individuals following those instructions, making sure that they heed the orders. If there's a need for anything from any of the counties that are in that cone, the state is ready to assist, but it is something that we're really mindful of, given the fact of, the challenges with the terrain and the landscape.
And finally, I feel like one message that has been communicated really well up to this point, and I wonder if this is something that is being communicated more to the public because of lessons that we've seen from past storms, but just reiterating to people who were in those evacuation zones to get out after what we saw with Hurricane Ian and the tragic death toll that we saw down in Fort Myers because that storm surge hit and people hadn't evacuated and sadly were trapped. But that you don't have to go all the way across the state or, drive 50, 100 miles, that just getting a little bit more inland to a safer space, that's good enough. That's what we're looking for.
Absolutely. That's been a message that we've really tried to hone in on during preparing for Hurricane Idalia. You do not need to leave the state. You're absolutely correct. You can go just tens of miles inland, and you can certainly find shelter. We have a number of shelters open that are able to accommodate people, everything from special needs to individuals that perhaps don't live in a safe structure or perhaps live on the coast. There are hotels that are available. I know Visit Florida is putting out a list of hotels that are open and available to house individuals, to host individuals. So again, a friend's house, a loved one's house, ride out the storm safely. Do not wait. You hit the nail on the head. What we saw with Hurricane Ian was tragic. It was certainly unavoidable. You can go tens of miles inland and not have to evacuate the state, not have to worry about if you're going to have sufficient fuel. And those are things that we're really trying to stress to people, because oftentimes you think, I don't want to have to pick up and go and leave the state. Lord knows when I can get back. All those things weigh on people's decision-making process. But when you can just go a few miles inland, I think it'll make all the difference in the world. And of course, we want Floridians to be safe. That's our number one goal.
All right, Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez with us here. Lieutenant Governor, I know you have a press conference coming up at 9. We'll be tuning in for that with Governor DeSantis. So we appreciate the time and the update, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, again, that was Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez with the latest on the state response to Hurricane Idalia. We're going to have more on the forecast, what we learned from this latest update that came down about 45 minutes ago, and some of the other messages, some of the other bits of information that local officials are passing along as well. So we've got a lot more still to come. Plus, again, like I just mentioned, Governor DeSantis, his press conference will start at around 9, and we will carry that for you live right here on News Radio WFLA.
From the Moss Nissan Traffic Center on our roads early this morning, for the most part, traffic's moving well. Not as many people on the roads early this morning. Obviously, everyone's getting set for the storm, or at least that's what we're hoping. We do want to point out the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. That is open right now. Traffic's flowing in both directions, but expect the Sunshine Skyway to close later this evening as the storm moves past us. Selman Expressway, the upper deck, the express lanes are eastbound only right now until further notice. We have an accident out Lakeland Way. The right lanes block Polk Parkway westbound as you approach Florida Avenue. And if you're heading towards Orlando trying to move away from the storm, stop and go traffic I-4 eastbound just before you get to US 27. And just a reminder, when the storm does pass, we're going to see a lot of rain, heavy winds, possible flooding, likely flooding, and possible down power lines. So if you're out on the road, and there's probably no good reason to be out on the road, but if you are, stay focused, stay safe. John Thomas, News Radio WFLA.
Survey after survey shows so many Americans are worried about their retirement, worried they're not going to have enough saved up to live comfortably, worried their current retirement plan isn't good enough to get the job done. It's Ryan Gorman here, and all that worrying is a waste of time and energy because here in the Tampa Bay area, you've got my friends Steve and Elizabeth Holland just waiting to help you achieve your retirement goals. The Holland Group is a team with a track record of success in advising clients on their life savings and investments, helping thousands of local families get their finances on the right track so they can retire comfortably. They'll sit down with you and plot out your investment strategy, tax planning, estate planning, income planning, and long-term healthcare planning so everything is covered and you have one less thing to worry about. Check them out at askthehollands.com. That's askthehollands.com, or call them at 727-469-7939. Again, 727-469-7939.
Hurricane Idalia is approaching. Count on Operation Stormwatch. Stay alert for important weather updates on this station and on iHeartRadio around the clock with experts from News Radio WFLA and Max Defender 8. Operation Stormwatch coverage is also online at WFLAnews.com thanks to New South Window Solutions.
You know what's better than 1,200 new Fords in stock at Crossroads Ford in Fuquay Arena? Absolutely nothing. Hey, it's Crowley. These guys have the best selection in the Southeast, and they're going to give you top dollar for your trade. If you're looking for a great deal, don't forget about their amazing lease options, like the 2023 Ford F-150 STX, only $499 a month for 36 months. And if you're military or first responder, you'll get an extra $1,000 off all this month. So don't waste any more time. Get over to see Bill or Derek for a test drive today at Crossroads Ford in Fuquay Arena.
He might not be able to tell you how safe and welcoming his school is. She may not be able to express how creative she feels, or explain how engaging the after-school programs are, or that their teachers prepare them to be successful in college and in life. They don't have to. Our performance says it for us. Johnston Charter Academy outperforms the local district in all subjects. Learn more about the school that can change everything. Visit JohnstonCharterAcademy.com/apply.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for a better sex life? Sex releases feel-good hormones that help you alleviate stress. It can deepen your feelings of intimacy with your partner and lead to increased happiness. So if you want a better sex life, you gotta check out Roman. Roman has medication clinically proven to help you perform in bed. There are no waiting rooms and no hassle. Roman sends everything in discreet packaging. For 20% off your entire first order, go to ro.co/perform. That's ro.co/perform.
In this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Alexa to play WFLA on iHeartRadio. Now, more of the Ryan Gorman Show on News Radio WFLA.
Ryan Gorman here with Dana McKay and Jason Behringer as we continue our Operation Stormwatch Hurricane Idalia coverage. Coming up in about 8 minutes from now, we will hear from Governor Ron DeSantis. He's going to be holding a press conference as he updates all of us on the latest on the state response to the storm. We continue to monitor the storm itself. About 50 minutes ago, we got the 8 a.m. advisory, which found a bit of strengthening for Hurricane Idalia. Now it is at 80 mile per hour sustained winds, maximum sustained winds. So that puts it at a Category 1. It reached hurricane status at 5 a.m. this morning. So we've seen a little bit of a strengthening take place between 5 a.m. and where we are right now with this 8 a.m. advisory. It's moving north at 14 miles per hour. So it's moving at a pretty good clip. And I was taking a look at some of the images from Crystal River. And there's a place in Crystal River. It's called Kings Bay. And you take a look at that. I'm showing Dana here. And you could actually, everyone can see this, and you can follow all the latest on what's happening with the storm. I put together a list. It's called Idalia Info. You can follow me on X, Twitter, at Ryan E. Gorman. You can find this list, so you can sign up for it and watch as these updates continue all throughout the day. But you take a look at where that water level is at right now, and with a storm surge of potentially 8 to 12 feet up in the Crystal River area, Citrus County is going to see a larger storm surge than what we're going to see here in the immediate Tampa Bay area. You're talking about that particular location is going to be flooded.
Yeah, the water is already pretty high up. It's like a boardwalk area and some docks, and that water is already pretty high.
Right. So then you add in that storm surge, and there's a real bad situation that's going to unfold. Crystal River and the north of the Crystal River area, that's where it's going to get particularly bad as the storm potentially makes landfall in the Big Bend area. No major hurricane. This is going back all the way to 1851. No major hurricane is known to have made landfall in the area that Hurricane Idalia is forecast to hit. The closest storm from the west was Hurricane Michael back in 2018, and the closest storm from the east was a hurricane back in 1895. So this would be a unique area where a hurricane will potentially make a direct hit on the Big Bend in that Cedar Key location. That's where Jim Cantori is, and I'm sure the people of Cedar Key weren't thrilled when he showed up.
Right, exactly. And you would hope that since the hurricane has not hit that area, that the people aren't complacent, that hurricanes come through Florida all the time, we don't get hit, and that they're evacuating and doing what they need to do to be safe.
Exactly. One way in, one way out of that particular island, Cedar Key, and that just is eerily reminiscent of what we saw down at Fort Myers with Sanibel Island and some of those locations where people didn't evacuate and then they were stuck. And that's the last thing you want to have happen with the storm surge like what we're expecting from Hurricane Idalia. All right, back with more in just a moment. And then in about 5 minutes from now, we'll hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He's got a press conference that should start at around 9 o'clock this morning. We'll carry that for you live here on News Radio WFLA.
For the Moss Nissan Traffic Center on our roads early this morning, for the most part, traffic's moving well. Not as many people on the road. Selman Expressway, the upper deck, the express lanes, they are eastbound only until further notice. And the Sunshine Skyway Bridge right now, it's open in both directions, but expect the Sunshine Skyway to close later this evening as the storm moves closer. This traffic report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples has everything you need for the office and the classroom, all for less. Now save even more with $10 off document printing when you spend $40 or more. Offer ends 9/30. Exclusions and restrictions apply. See associates or visit staples.com/printing for details. John Thomas, News Radio, WFLA.
Look, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. QC Kinetics can change your life. You can live again without that chronic joint pain and without drugs or surgery. It's Ryan Gorman here. QC Kinetics is advanced regenerative medicine. They take your body's own concentrated healing properties and they put them right into your joint to restore and repair that damaged tissue that's causing all of that horrible pain. And the patient satisfaction reports are amazing. Finally, you have a real alternative to the old ways of dealing with pain. And unlike surgery, there's no downtime with QC's treatments. If you have constant pain in your knees, hips, shoulder, or back, you need to call and get a free consultation from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Imagine this fall moving around pain-free, doing the things you love again. Call QC Kinetics and see how the latest advances in regenerative medicine can help you. They're in Bradenton, St. Pete, Lakeland, and Brandon. Call them at 813-305-3000. That's 813-305-3000.
You know what's better than 1,200 new Fords in stock at Crossroads Ford in Fuquay-Varina? Absolutely nothing. Hey, it's Crowley. These guys have the best selection in the Southeast, and they're going to give you top dollar for your trade. If you're looking for a great deal, don't forget about their amazing lease options, like the 2023 Ford F-150 STX, only $499 a month for 36 months. And if you're military or first responder, you'll get an extra $1,000 off all this month. So don't waste any more time. Get over to see Bill or Derek for a test drive today at Crossroads Ford in Fuquay Arena.
He might not be able to tell you how safe and welcoming his school is. She may not be able to express how creative she feels, or explain how engaging the after-school programs are, or that their teachers prepare them to be successful in college and in life. They don't have to. Our performance says it for us. Preeminent charter school students exceeded growth expectations on the state test. Learn more about the school that can change everything. Visit preeminentcharterschool.com/apply.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for a better sex life? Sex releases feel-good hormones that help you alleviate stress. It can deepen your feelings of intimacy with your partner and lead to increased happiness. So if you want a better sex life, you gotta check out Roman. Roman has medication clinically proven to help you perform in bed. There are no waiting rooms and no hassle. Roman sends everything in discreet packaging. For 20% off your entire first order, go to ro.co/perform. That's ro.co/perform.
For more information about contests on this station, go to WFLAnews.com/rules.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio from Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Just so I'm clear, do you feel pretty confident that you're going to be alive on Sunday?
I'm a third-generation reporter, and for years, I've been chasing Omar Hamami, a former Southern Baptist from Alabama, who by rapping and online videos became the face of jihad in Africa and one of the most wanted terrorists in the world. Eventually, despite rumors he'd been killed, I found Omar. Or more like, he found me. For more than a year, we corresponded in secret while he was hiding from U.S. forces, and eventually, on the run from the very insurgent group he put on the map. Slowly, I got close to Omar. Closer than I ever thought I would. Perhaps closer than I should. Was it good journalism? An ethical lapse? Was it my faith in humanity that kept me talking to Omar? Or something darker? My name is Christoph Putzel. This is American Jihadi.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Broadcasting live from the Farah and Farah Accident Attorney Studios. WFLA Tampa. WXTV HD2 Clearwater. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Good morning. I'm Chris Trankman. Our top story at 9 o'clock. Hurricane Idalia is now making its run across the Gulf and eventually into Florida's Big Bend. The Tampa Bay area is currently under a hurricane warning, and last-minute preparations are underway.
Evacuations are ordered in coastal zones both north and south of Tampa Bay. Kathy Perkins is the emergency manager for Pinellas County, including St. Petersburg and Clearwater.
Again, we have a lot of inland areas, a lot of hotels, friends and family that you can stay with here locally.
Schools are closed in many of those coastal counties. School buses in some communities are being used to help evacuate needy neighbors. Tampa International Airport shut down overnight and won't reopen until after the storm passes. Eben Brown, News Radio WFLA.
46 of Florida's 67 counties are under a state of emergency. Idalia is still forecast to make landfall near Cedar Key, but Tampa Bay is under a storm surge warning, and Mayor Jane Castor says the full moon could create more problems.
All
also, coupled with the storm surge, we're going to be experiencing a king tide at that time as well. So that just intensifies the tides.
Hurricane Idalia is currently a Category 1 storm, has sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. It's expected to intensify into a major hurricane with winds of at least 111 miles per hour. Peak winds today could reach 30 to 40 miles an hour. Gusts could reach 65. That starts later in the afternoon into the evening, with the worst effects overnight. Local airports closed ahead of Idalia. Tampa International grounded commercial flights early this morning, and St. Pete Clearwater International closing at 3 this afternoon. Tampa Bay traffic and weather just moments away. I'm Chris Trankman, News Radio WFLA.
WFLA News is brought to you by Safe Touch Security.
For the Moss Nissan Traffic Center, on our roads early this morning, for the most part, traffic's moving well. Not as many people on the roads. The upper deck, the express lanes of the Selman Expressway, eastbound only until further notice. Sunshine Skyway is open, but as the storm moves closer to us, it is likely going to close. And if you're heading out towards Orlando, trying to move away from the storm, stop and go traffic I-4 eastbound before you get to US 27. This traffic report is sponsored by Murata New Homes, Tampa Bay. Discover more at Murata. Fantastic new homes and happy times await you at Tampa Bay's fastest growing community. Enjoy America's largest human-made lagoon and obstacle course and white sandy beaches. Choose from brand new homes from America's best builders. Visit MurataStayK.com today. John Thomas, News Radio, WFLA.
We will start to see the outer rain bands from Idalia this afternoon. Winds will increase, and it'll be muggy between the storms. We'll make it to about 92, and then conditions really go downhill for tonight, where we have the strongest winds, the heaviest rain, and the possibility of coastal flooding with the onshore winds. Overnight lows in the mid-70s. Storms continue throughout the day on Wednesday as well, with a high of 87. Not a good day to head out on the water, of course. Southeast winds 20 to 25 knots and gusting up to 40. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
News, traffic, and weather. Top and bottom of every hour. This is News Radio, WFLA.
Reboot your credit card with Apple Card, the credit card created by Apple. It gives you unlimited daily cash back that you can now choose to grow in a high-yield savings account at 4.15% annual percentage yield. And savings is built right into the Wallet app, so it's easy to monitor your progress. Apply for Apple Card now in the Wallet app on iPhone and start growing your daily cash with savings today. Apple Card is subject to credit approval. Savings is available to Apple Card owners, subject to eligibility requirements. Savings accounts provided by Goldman Sachs Bank USA. Member FDIC. Terms apply.
The McDonald's $1, $2, $3 menu got me thinking, if I go to bed early, I can get McDonald's breakfast earlier. 'Cause it's kind of like morning comes a lot faster. Get all your favorite breakfast items like the sausage McMuffin, hash browns, and a soft drink for just a few bucks, only on the McDonald's $1, $2, $3 menu. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any offer or combo meal.
Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
To Governor DeSantis' press conference. He is updating the state on the state's preparations for Hurricane Idalia. Live from Tallahassee, here's Governor DeSantis.
These things are good to do, and you should do that and heed. This is going to be a major hurricane, likely a Category 3, and where it's scheduled to hit along this big bend, and we've not really had a hurricane strike this area for a long, long time. I think you got to go back to the 1800s before you would see a path like this. And so those coastal areas there, have not necessarily been through this before. And I think that being safe is the appropriate thing, and erring on the side of caution is the appropriate thing. We will, of course, be mindful of any changes in the path of the storm. I think everybody on that Gulf Coast from Tampa Bay up until Northwest Florida must remain vigilant. They have nudged the track a little bit further west over the last 24 hours. I mean, we were looking at potentially Levy County, I think yesterday and today. Now we're looking more at a Taylor County. There's some models that say it may go even further west. So places like Tallahassee, where we are today, certainly you could end up having it hit Tallahassee directly in some of the surrounding areas. So everyone just remain vigilant, continue to watch and listen to the local orders that you receive from your local emergency management personnel. I want to thank everybody. We've been in contact with people from most of these counties over the last few days. Everybody's working hard. Everybody understands that that this is a significant event, and they're remaining calm, cool, and collected. But they're executing, and that's what we need to continue to do. I want to thank everybody here at the state of Florida for working hard. They've been working now round the clock and getting the resources where they need to be as those requests come in. And of course, once the storm passes, we're going to immediately go to commence any type of rescue operations, and of course the power restoration will be a big priority. Go to floridadisaster.org/get-a-plan if you have any questions. Again, you still have some time this morning and into the early afternoon, but as we get throughout this day, you are going to start to see rain and wind pick up, particularly the further south you are in the state of Florida. And by the time we get to the end of tonight, you're gonna see some nasty weather. So just be warned about that, and do what you need to do right now to be able to keep yourself and your family safe. Okay, we're gonna hear from Kevin Guthrie, Division of Emergency Management.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Governor, again for your continued support and leadership. As of this morning, Idalia was upgraded to a Category 1 hurricane and is expected to continue to strengthen as it makes its way through the Gulf of Mexico. The storm is going to be here very soon. By this time tomorrow morning, we will pretty much lock down the EOC, and we will be working through those issues. The state is working overtime to fulfill requests made by counties in the path of the storm. To date, we have filled we are actively working 461 missions. We have closed 72 missions for a total of 552 missions. Counties, please continue to send in your resource request so that we can take advantage of the time we have left. We're going to have about another 18 hours or so that we can move commodities. After that, we will not be able to do that any longer. We're doing everything we can to ensure that communities have the necessary resources they need. But you as a household owner, you need to take action now. You need to get you and your family, businesses, you need to get your employees ready now. The time is now. I implore you to finalize your disaster preparedness actions right now. I want to stress again, even if your community is not in the forecast cone, it does not mean you're in the clear. I'm going to use a graphic to my left. If you're in red on this graphic, you're underneath a hurricane or tropical storm warning, or you're underneath a surge warning. If you're in pink, you're under a watch. That is well outside that cone. So again, people are going to experience issues with this, from trees down, power being shut down, heavy rains are on the east side of this storm. It's going to be a very fast-moving storm, but please, if you're in the red, don't focus on that cone. Focus on, if you're in the red, you need to take some type of protective action, and you need to do that now. If you decide to shelter in place, identify a safe place in your home, away from windows where you can shelter safely. The same thing applies to the very first thing that we're going to experience most likely in Florida, which is a tornado. If you find yourself in a tornado watch or warning, please get yourself to an interior room free of windows, put a mattress over your head. Even if you have some type of bicycle helmet or something like that, you need to protect your head from tornadic activity. If you're evacuating, do not leave your pets behind. Make sure you have leashes, carriers, plenty of food and water for them. Evacuations can be stressful on the whole family, so please pack comfort items for your kids, like their favorite toys, games, or snacks. Make sure that before you leave your home, or if you're sheltering in place, if you can pick it up, put it up. If you cannot pick it up, tie it down. Minimize the amount of items that can be picked up and overturned in your neighborhood. Whatever you decide is the best for yourself and your family, again, the action is now. You must do it now. If you're unsure about the next steps of what to do, please contact your local emergency management office. We have also launched the State Assistance Information Line, or in true emergency management vein, we have plenty of acronyms, or the SAIL line. You can contact them at 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. That's the State Assistance Information Line, and they can take any requests that you have. We have operators standing by now, and that is a 24/7 hotline. They will help you out with how to prepare before, during, and after a hurricane, road closures, alternate routes, available open shelters in host and impacted counties. Shelters are designed for medically dependent individuals, and reentry information. All of that is available at that number. You can also, of course, get up-to-date information by visiting our emergency information site at floridadisaster.org/updates and following us on social media at FLCRT or at FLCERT. We also just launched yesterday a new guide for newcomers to Florida and visitors to Florida. That is available at floridadisaster.org/guide. floridadisaster.org/guide. I will talk very quickly about an operational component that we're going to experience in this particular disaster, and that is this storm is going to move through during the day tomorrow, and then we're going to be at a point where we might be able to start operating towards sunset. But we're going to be operating in areas that are without power. These are going to be very, very delicate tactical operations. They may be done from the river. They may be done from creeks. They may be done from helicopters. So again, it's not something we like to do, which is operate in a dark environment with power lines entangled in trees. But again, we understand that people are probably going to call 911 and need some assistance. So we, along with counties across the area, are working with FWC, the Florida National Guard, the U.S. Coast Guard on how we're going to best be able to help those persons in need. So we're working through all that today, and then we'll get in our later press briefing today as well as in tomorrow, we'll start talking more about recovery efforts. Again, Governor, thank you so much for your time, your leadership, and support.
That was the Florida Department of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie, and we're going to hear more from Governor DeSantis now at this press conference on Hurricane Idalia.
Thank you, Director Guthrie, for your continued efforts as we prepare. The Florida Department of Transportation has many activities simultaneously in motion right now to ensure the safety of the traveling public and to have open mobility of all major roadways in advance of the storm's impact. I've been on the road this week, personally seeing all the equipment, personnel, resources being staged, ready to respond to this event. FDOT has 671 crew members, including almost 100 bridge inspectors staged near impact zones to quickly advance on the ground to clear roadways and bridges and provide first responders, supply deliveries, and utility providers the ability to reach communities in need. We have 224 cut and toss crew members. They've been outfitted with plenty of equipment to begin recovery efforts. This includes 140 dump trucks, 200 pieces of heavy equipment, and nearly 60 pump trucks. There are almost nearly, as the governor mentioned, 1,100 generators staged and ready to be deployed for traffic signals that may lose power. FDOT is also allowing utility companies to stage at our way stations along our interstate system. Our contractors on active construction projects in the vicinity of the impact area have begun closing their operations of construction, opening the travel lanes, and especially in the Tampa Bay region with the Howard Franklin Bridge project, we've lowered those crane booms and secured those barges for impact. Our project crews continue to work diligently to make sure that any evacuations that occur can be facilitated efficiently. We continue to coordinate with the Florida Highway Patrol, local law enforcement, and the U.S. Coast Guard on bridge and road closures. As the governor mentioned, when sustained winds reach over 40 miles per hour, that's when the decision begins to be made for bridges to be closed to traffic. Also, at the governor's direction, we've suspended tolls in the Tampa Bay region to help facilitate people getting to safety before the storm impacts the coast of Florida. We've been coordinating very closely with our transportation partners, our seaports, airports, other passenger services. Our seaports are ready for this storm. They are fully topped off with fuel, supplies, and ready to respond quickly after the storm passes through. With regards to passenger service at airports, railroads, and transit agencies, please look for your local media notices in terms of that service. We have begun to see services suspended at airports and also the Sunrail service in Central Florida. We have 13 traffic management centers around the state that operate 24/7, where teams are monitoring road conditions and traffic levels along critical corridors to ensure the safe travel for drivers. At these traffic management centers, our crews input traffic information into Florida's 511 system in real time. This is going to be the place where you can get the most timely and accurate information on traffic as this storm impacts the state of Florida. Please visit florida511.com or download the app on Apple or Android devices. This is where you'll be able to get that real-time information on traffic. Last but not least, remember, safety is definitely the top priority. As you get your family and yourself to safety, please remember, we want to see you get where you're going safely. Please keep that in mind, and thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
Again, this is a press conference with Governor DeSantis and other top state officials on Hurricane Idalia.
Amount of time here. I'd just urge everybody to take the appropriate precautions. You still have time to do what you need to do, but we are going to be faced with a major hurricane hitting the state of Florida within the next 24 to 36 hours. So be ready for that, and just know, if you're in the path of this storm or even outside the cone, there's a good chance you're going to lose power. There's going to be a lot of people working to restore that, but just be prepared for that to happen and make sure you're doing what you need to do for yourself and your family. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, contingency plans for Tallahassee?
Closings that Secretary Crew mentioned, any idea as to when in the Tampa Bay area that 40-mile-per-hour winds might reach and those two might coincide? I don't know if you've spoken to great things.
What do you think on 40? I mean, it'll be tonight probably, right?
Yeah, tonight.
Yeah, I would say sometime tonight. I think you're late tonight, early tomorrow morning. You should probably see winds of that. Now, this track, they've moved it a little further west, and so obviously there's still going to be impacts in Tampa Bay, but every notch west, it's a little less impact to Tampa. So some of the models had it going even further west into Tallahassee. NHC has not been willing to go that far, and some of these models have been very bad, to be honest with you, if you look at past storms. But there is some people that think it's going to go even further west than that. And so that's why we say certainly Tallahassee, those areas, you're not out of the woods.
Yeah. Do you have any contingency plans for state government to continue operating if Tallahassee is devastated?
So we're going to do so basically what the state government has traditionally done is when Leon County does a closure, then the state doesn't. They closes their office buildings. Now people will still be working from home or what they need, and the essential personnel that are here. So everything will continue. But in terms of routine state government work, they will be home on Wednesday.
ANCA yesterday put out a message urging healthcare facilities to report their status. Have some facilities not been cooperating?
What's the latest on that?
Yeah, so Secretary Wida with the Agency for Healthcare Administration and Deputy Secretary Ken Shepke with Department of Health have been working with hospitals alongside. We have thousands of facilities that are required to report. Sometimes those facilities do have some delays in reporting. This is one of those things that, just like with any other type of bureaucratic system, we're encouraging them to update today. Don't procrastinate. I think their normal updates are maybe once a week. So again, it's just don't wait to the end of the week when your normal reporting time is. We need you to be in a daily status reporting update now. So that's what the focus was yesterday, of getting real-time stats and keeping that evergreen. So.
Governor or Director, this storm's going to hit some of the poorest parts of the state, Hamilton County, Levy County, and whatnot. I don't know if, like Michael, if you talked with FEMA about getting expedited funding so that the reimbursement angle isn't there for those counties that are only bringing in $3 million in ad revenue.
Yeah. So the governor under his leadership with the hurricane, actually we'll go all the way back to Michael or Eric. He'd been on the job one day when he authorized expedited funding, which the previous administration did not do. So with 2 days left, we did a lot of expedited projects to FEMA for Hurricane Michael. We did expedited projects for Hurricane Ian, and we are now in the process. I got people on the floor right now doing expedited projects for FEMA. Robert is the acting administrator for FEMA Region 4. He is aware of that. His team is here. They know that we're going to be asking for several expedited projects from the state level. We're going going to encourage counties to do the same. I'm sure the governor will probably have some announcements about things that he may be doing to help fiscally constrain counties in future press conferences.
And a quick follow-up, figured out the ratio or how much FEMA will pay. I think we had like first 100 days for Michael. I think we had 100%.
Yeah, so we're in the process of writing up that documentation right now. Right now we know that we're at 75-25. They've already covered Category B and DFA, direct federal assistance. Those will be at a minimum 75-25, but we will be writing letters for the governor's signature that will ask for 100% coverage for X number of days. We're trying to see exactly what the type of damage is going to be. Does it come? It doesn't make sense for us to come out today and say we want 100 days because we don't know how much damage we have. We don't want to be overzealous, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we take care of Florida.
And I think that with this storm, given the geography, there's going to be a lot of debris, a lot of trees, a lot of that. Now, that's a challenge, but it's also compared to, say, an Ian, where you had it mixed with a lot of commercial and residential. This is likely just going to be, a lot of trees and roads and stuff. And so it's going to be a big effort, but I think it'll be something where, you get those people in to pick up the debris, and they're going to be able to do it. I think it'll be easier to get rid of the debris, just given how the things are laid out. There were some serious challenges with Ian, just given how the debris would be scattered all over the place. I think we know that there's going to be a lot of debris. I think we know there's going to be a lot of trees and limbs and all that's going to be there, and that's going to be a really important part of the post-storm recovery.
For you, as this is intensified into a hurricane and continues to intensify, how long are you planning on staying in Florida and off of the campaign trail?
Well, this is no different. I mean, you remember Ian. We were in the midst of a governor campaign. I had all kinds of stuff scheduled, not just in Florida, around the country. We were doing different things. And, you do what you need to do. I mean, and so that's what we're doing. So it's going to be no different than what we did during Hurricane Ian. I'm hoping that this storm is not as catastrophic as Hurricane Ian was, but we're gonna do what we need to do because it's just something that's important. But it's no different than what we've done in past iterations of all this stuff. All right, we're gonna be going.
For evacuations, a number of people that have been ordered evacuated, and are you hearing anything about fuel or traffic issues?
Can you take that?
Yes, sir. So I will get you another number for any future press conferences that we have, but we probably, in this particular disaster, in level A and level Bs, we're looking at probably a tenth of what, maybe a fifth of what we had for Hurricane Ian. I mean, we're not dealing with nearly the population that we had in that other situation. So, but we'll get you a number. My geo information specialist can pull those numbers of households for you. As far as fuel goes, we have more than enough fuel. I'll let Secretary Perdue talk about how much fuel's at the ports. But as far as what we've ordered over 400,000 gallons of gas. We have more than enough fuel to backfill any issues that we have going on right now. But if you don't mind, Governor, I'll let Secretary Perdue talk about the ports.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of evacuations, as I mentioned, we have our traffic management centers. We're monitoring traffic in real time. We're prepared. We have emergency contracts in place for motorist aid and disabled vehicles. And, we'll watch as those evacuations occur. And, if it gets to the point where it's needed, we have what's known as emergency shoulder use, which we've successfully implemented in past storms to help facilitate those evacuations. In terms of fuel, all of our seaports are fully topped off and stocked with fuel and ready to respond as soon as the storm passes through.
All right. Well, we will be back later today with another update. I'm going to be on the road visiting some of the areas that are likely to be affected.
All right, again, that was Governor Ron DeSantis with an update along with some other Florida officials like the Florida Department of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie with the latest on the state's preparations in advance of Hurricane Idalia. And like the governor mentioned, at this point, the track seems pretty consistent in terms of the modeling. If anything, they're starting to see maybe a little bit more of a shift to the west, just a slight bit, which any bit matters when it comes to the impact here in the Tampa Bay area. So the governor has things set up where they think the worst is likely going to be, which will be up in that Cedar Key area along Big Bend. That's the expectation, although the Tallahassee area, not necessarily out of the woods yet either. They're probably going to feel some of Hurricane Idalia. You, Dana, we're taking a look at the Cedar Key region, and in particular, some of the different, locations within that area that if there's a direct hit, it's going to be awful.
It is. There's video that shows there's like a road that's almost like an island on its own, and it's just connecting all these houses together, and the water is already pretty high there. So with this storm surge that's going to be coming through, I mean, it's going to be completely underwater. So you really just hope that the people in that Cedar Key area are heeding the warning and getting out.
Yeah, and it's one way in, one way out there. So hopefully they are evacuating here in the Tampa Bay area. If you are in a mandatory evacuation zone, it is time to really get moving with your preparations and figure out where you need to go. Because look, even with this storm staying off the coast as much as it likely is going to, based on all the latest tracking, we're still going to feel the impact of the storm. And storm surge is a huge problem, not just in the Tampa Bay area, but as you get further and further north, it's going to be an even bigger problem. Hernando County, Citrus County, and there are some areas in Hernando County and Citrus County where you see a storm surge like what they're expecting, and there's going to be a lot of water doing a lot of damage to a lot of different developments and homes and businesses and all of that up and down the coast.
And there are resources for people who need to evacuate. Ride Pasco is offering free rides to shelters. You can go to mypasco.net to arrange a pickup. That's mypasco.net. Also, the Pinellas County Information Center is open today for storm questions. The number is 727-464-4333, 727-464-4333 for the Pinellas County Information Center, and they're going to be open today for people who have questions. Also, some hotels, I thought this was nice. Some hotels in that are more inland are offering reduced prices for people who need to evacuate. So that's also a big help too, because if you don't have anywhere to go and you're thinking this is going to be a big expense, that's a really nice thing that some hotels that are further inland are offering.
And then, of course, as you're planning your evacuation, if you are leaving your home and you have pets and things like that, make sure you know whether it's the hotel that you're going to or shelter that you may be going to, whether or not they're pet friendly, all those things come into play.
Right. And actually a lot of the lists that I've seen and a lot of the message that we wanted to get out is that there are options available. A lot of people decide not to evacuate because they don't want to leave their dog. They don't want to leave their cat. And a lot of shelters and hotels will accept pets. You just got to verify first and make sure you're going to the right place.
The latest on the storm itself, it is now a hurricane as of 5 a.m. Hurricane Idalia. Current maximum sustained winds are 80 miles per hour. It's moving north at 14 miles per hour, and it's nothing but those warm Gulf waters from where it's at now until it reaches the Florida coastline, likely up in the Big Bend area. We're going to have more on the forecast for the Tampa Bay area, what you can expect throughout the course of the day today and into tomorrow with News Channel 8 meteorologist Lee Spann coming up in just a bit. So back with more of our Operation Stormwatch Hurricane Idalia coverage here on News Radio WFLA in just a moment.
Hey, you know what's better than 1,200 new Fords in stock at Crossroads Ford and Fuquay Arena? Absolutely nothing.
High water vehicles, high wheel vehicles will have air assets. And so there really will not be a lack of anything that will be needed in the coming hours, coming days, coming weeks. We've got it all very, very much coordinated with our local government partners and making sure that there's been no request, no need at the county level that's been unfulfilled. And of course, at the state level, we have everything staged, pre-positioned, and ready to go.
Well, sadly, we've had a lot of practice at this over the past couple of years. I mean, there's been no shortage of hurricanes making their way to the state of Florida. So I'm sure by now everything is a well-oiled machine when it comes to preparing for these storms and responding to these storms. Now, every storm is different, and the storm surge, like what we saw with Hurricane Ian last year, that seems to be the big area of concern, especially in that Big Bend area where you could see upwards of 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, in addition to some high tides that are maybe going to be a bit higher because of this supermoon that we're dealing with at the same time.
Yeah, indeed. And you're right. Every storm is different, but clearly what we're concerned about and what we experienced with Ian is that just incredibly life-threatening, catastrophic storm surge. They're estimating in some locations up to 15 feet. You stop and think about that for a second. You don't want to mess around with that. So, we have plenty of shelters open where people can evacuate to safely. Make sure you get out of those coastal low-lying areas, the areas that we know are going to be subjected to this really difficult and life-threatening storm surge. So we want to make sure that people are heeding those calls. Don't wait till it's too late. That is something that we have stressed throughout the whole day. The governor, I know, has been in a number of press conferences. I've been talking throughout the state about the importance of making those decisions now. Don't wait till the conditions start to deteriorate, and then not even our first responders can get to you at that point. So certainly understand that storm surge is going to be a big problem. Of course, the wind event will also be a problem. But we know that people really are hesitant sometimes to leave their homes, but that shouldn't be the case, especially for New Floridians, that this may be their first time, their first exposure to a hurricane.
Talk to New Floridians for a moment, because one thing that we've heard a lot about is that you've got more and more people moving to the state in large numbers, and many of them will be experiencing this for the very first time. So what are some of your messages to them based on the past experience that we've had over the past few years with so many hurricanes?
Yeah, living in paradise comes with a price, right? And that's the unfortunate having to deal with hurricanes from time to time. But we do, as we were talking, and as you said, it is a well-oiled machine. We do know the right course of action. We do have all of our plans in place on the front end. And then, of course, post-storm, we know how to do recovery here in the state of Florida under Governor DeSantis' leadership. But if you've never been through a storm, you don't want to mess with it. It is something that, again, when we saw what happened with Ian, tragic loss of life, much of it could have been avoided had those individuals just heeded the local evacuation orders. We don't render those decisions easily. They're done at the local level. Emergency managers that have been working at this around the clock, they understand the impact. They understand the ability of how the storm surge can come up very quickly. And then again, at that point, you won't have the ability to call 911 and ask for assistance. So if you've never been through a storm, you want to get to safety, you want to get to shelters, you want to get to areas that are not in that flood zone, zones A or zones B. You want to make sure that you're putting your life before personal property or anything like that. So certainly follow instructions, stay in touch with your local emergency managers, and make sure you're following us on floridadisaster.org for up-to-date information.
We're joined by Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez here on Operation Stormwatch Hurricane Idalia coverage. Final question for you. What will you, the governor, top state leaders, what is the game plan? What will you be doing during the course of the night tonight as the storm gets closer and closer to the state, and then overnight and into the morning tomorrow as you have that Big Bend area and parts of the Panhandle really experiencing the worst of Hurricane Idalia?
Yeah, well, the Emergency Operations Center is at a level 1, which means it's activated 24/7. They'll be there around the clock monitoring this from a meteorological perspective. We want to make sure that they're getting the latest information into the EOC, making sure that all of that is being communicated to people that are monitoring that very closely. As you begin to see the conditions deteriorate, you may or may not be exposed to loss of power. That's something that, of course, is very, very problematic. But we have, like I mentioned, over 25,000 linemen that'll be ready once that storm subsides, once it's gone through the state, once it's safe to go out and begin to.
The story of the nurse and the foot pain that nearly brought him down.
I feel like I'm giving people their lives back.
Robert lived to take care of his patients, but he couldn't do it unless he took care of his foot pain.
I have plantar fasciitis. It'll almost put you on your knees. That's how much it hurts.
His own recovery started when he got fitted for arch supports at the Good Feet store.
Now that I'm pain free, I can make these people feel better.
Can't beat that. Stop by or schedule your free fitting at goodfeet.com. A story of first downs and second chances. Meet former pro football player Michael Robinson.
I wanted to keep playing, but my feet hurt.
And all those big league experts couldn't help?
You have access to anything, but none of it worked.
Finally, he got fitted with Good Feet arch supports.
Let me tell you something. They work.
Now, he recommends Good Feet to
Anybody. If you move, go to the Good Feet store.
Stop by the Good Feet store in Sarasota, Brandon, Clearwater, Lakeland, or Wesley Chapel for a free fitting. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit mygoodfeet.com.
Well, you know you're a grown-up in Florida when you go out to brunch with friends and end up talking about how to kill ants that get into your house. You know those little teeny tiny ghost ants? I've had them in my bathroom, the master bathroom, for weeks, and they just will not go away. I've tried everything, this trap, that trap. I even tried doing one of those little homemade ant killer recipes. Guess what? That didn't work either. I finally decided I need help with this, and I called Earth's Best Pest Management. They came out, and now I'm confident that those ants will not be back. And there's a reason why they're celebrating over 25 years of serving the Tampa Bay community. They use safe and natural methods to keep insects and pests out of your home or business. Earth's Best Pest Management is taking care of the ant problem in my house, and they can help keep your home or business pest-free too. Visit Earth's Best Pest Management at insectfree.com. That's insectfree.com.
Mike Lester is the founder of Talon Wealth. I can't believe how much attention Talon's advertising has been receiving.
All I said was I wouldn't sell my mother an annuity, and nobody should sell you an annuity either. So here's the thing. I was a very successful annuity salesperson back in the day, but I evolved as a financial advisor, as a fiduciary. I just don't know how, as a fiduciary, you can promote products that pay you a commission before your clients make a dime. So all of you out there pushing and selling annuities to your clients, explain to them who's paying for your radio advertisements, who's producing your radio show. After you answer those questions, then explain to me why I wouldn't sell my mother an annuity. That's all there is to it.
Mike, you pay for all of our advertising. I produce our radio stuff, and I work for Talon Wealth.
That's right, Christian. We don't have to sell annuities to provide income to people in retirement.
More at guardingyournestegg.com.
Advisory services through Talon Private Wealth and SEC registered investment advisor. Florida license D056341.
Secret offers, guaranteed returns, over-the-top promises that you too can make fast money. These are all red flags that you should be wary of when looking at investment opportunities. Visit Florida's Office of Financial Regulation website 24/7 to learn what questions to ask before you invest. Remember, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Visit slofr.gov to learn more. This message is sponsored by the Florida Office of Financial Regulation, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. When a restaurant closes, my reaction is, that sucks. They had good steak. When regional banks close, or 3 of them close overnight, it freaks me out. This is why I have my own personal gold reserve. It's part of my personal protection plan. Call my friends at Oxford Gold Group. Call 833-404-GOLD. 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
Hey, is your cell phone in desperate need of replacement? It's time to put that old phone to rest. Upgrade to the all-new 5G Samsung Galaxy, and you can get it from Pure Talk for absolutely free. Now, get a free 5G Samsung Galaxy with 2-day battery life and ultra-strong Gorilla Glass when you sign up for Pure Talk's unlimited talk, text, and 15-gig data plan for only $35 a month. Plus, it comes with mobile hotspot. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE NOW, Pure Talk.
Hi, Andrew Duncan for the Duncan Duo team at RE/MAX. Do you want to sell your Airbnb rental while you still can get top dollar and you're tired of hassling with your rental property? Get paid fast with the Duncan Duo's Guaranteed Sold program or get an instant cash offer in 14 days. Get your 5-star experience at DuncanDuo.com.
Reaching past the headlines. This is Tampa Bay's News Radio, WFLA. WFLA Tampa, WXTB HD2 Clearwater.
Where there really isn't that much activity right now. That's probably going to change over the course of the next couple of hours. But at least right now, a bit of a break from some of those feeder bands that were making their way through earlier. So let me bring in Operation Stormwatch anchor Gordon Bird now for an update. What are we hearing out of Tampa?
Well, of course, let's start with this. Of course, there was some confusion, as you mentioned, over which warnings are posted for Tampa Bay. Running down what we have from the 5 p.m. advisory, there is a hurricane warning up from the middle of Longboat Key, going north along the coast, of course, and a storm surge warning still posted from Englewood going north. Both of those include Tampa Bay. However, hurricane watches for Sarasota have been discontinued And the city of Sarasota plans to reopen for business Wednesday afternoon at 1. And they'll be moving the Tuesday trash collections over to Saturday. Now, of course, storm surge is still going to be an issue in the Tampa Bay area and points north, even after Idalia has passed us. We're expecting 4 to 6 feet in and around the bay and the Pinellas Barrier Islands, and 6 to 9 feet from Tarpon Springs north to Chassahowitzka in Citrus County. Local officials in Pasco and Pinellas are saying that now, as darkness is about to arrive in the next half hour or so, it's time to wrap up your preparations. Mayor Chopper Davis in Newport Richey has been telling our partners at News Channel 8 that their response team helping people leave is going to shut down operations at sunset. Pasco County is now telling people to stay off the roads completely after 8 o'clock. They say if the wind gets too high or it gets too dangerous to drive, they may not be able to respond. So it's about time for people to stop driving in all of those affected areas, Pasco, Pinellas, and so on.
Yeah, and as the storm surge really starts to ramp up and you start to see some of that flooding, especially along the coastline, it's going to be happening when it's dark out. That's when the high tide's going to be rolling in too, and that just makes it even more dangerous. You can't see.
Yeah, that's been the fear all along, even going back to when we were talking about this on Thursday, that this could be the issue.
Yeah.
High tide in Clearwater Beach, 12:13 a.m.
Right. And then really what the meteorologists we've been talking to, what they've been really focused on is not even so much that high tide, but then the high tide that's going to come tomorrow, midday tomorrow, because you're going to have all this water. It will not have receded at that point. Then you're going to have another high tide come in. And that's going to be at a time when you're probably going to have a lot of people who want to get out and see what's going on and, start to, do whatever it is they need to do post-hurricane, and that's when we're going to have another rush of water coming our way.
Law enforcement officials have said that they are going to restrict access to the beach and low-lying areas for some time after. So likely they'll keep that in place.
Right, that makes sense. All right, Gordon Bird with an update for us. Gordon, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Still to come. In just a few minutes, we're going to check in with national correspondent for News Nation, Xavier Walton, who's on the ground in Crystal River. Of course, if you're not familiar with Citrus County, that's one of the counties, the northern portion of the Tampa Bay area that is expecting some pretty significant storm surge. I would say once you get to the Hernando County area and then especially Citrus County, that's when you're really starting to talk about the storm surge ramping up. And then obviously further north you go, the more dire the situation becomes with those projections of between 10 to 15 feet of storm surge near places like Cedar Key. But here in the Tampa Bay area, it's Hernando County and Citrus County that'll experience the worst of the storm surge. Although, in Tampa, when you think of Bayshore Boulevard and some of those areas, there's some low-lying areas around Gandy, depending on how things play out, you could see some flooding there.
They're very susceptible to flooding.
Yeah, absolutely. You add in if we really do start to get some rain, and it looks like the way the storm is kind of lining up and taking a look at some of the bands, there's going to be some storms that'll pass through Sarasota in the next couple of hours and make their way up to Tampa. So there is going to be some overnight developments that you want to stick around for. We can keep you up to date on what's happening with these storms as they make their way to the coast and start to impact the Tampa Bay area. And then, of course, like we were saying, tomorrow morning is really when the Panhandle, the Tallahassee area is going to feel the impacts of this storm. But those storm surge totals, those are the major concerns. So if you're anywhere along those low-lying areas, if you're anywhere in a place that could potentially be susceptible, just make sure you are getting to a safe place now if you're not there already. We'll be back with a lot more for you. We've got, again, national correspondent for News Nation, Xavier Walton, next. You're on Operation Stormwatch. Yeah, with this storm surge, I think we still don't quite have a grasp as to what we could be experiencing in the combination of the storm surge and the high tide. And when it's dark out, you just don't want to mess around with that. It's better to play it safe, ride it out tonight, and then we'll see where we're at in the morning. Sari Carmen from Roomba 106.5 FM. Really appreciate the update, Sari Carmen. Stay safe, and thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much, guys. Buenas noches a todos. Quédense en casa.
All right. And now I want to bring in our Operation Stormwatch anchor, Al Lewis, for the latest on what's happening up in Tallahassee. What's new, Al?
Well, preparations should be rushed to completion now. That's the word from officials in Tallahassee. If you're under an evacuation order, leave now. Conditions, they say, will rapidly deteriorate late tonight into tomorrow. The life-threatening storm surge is expected. We could see 15 feet around parts of Appalachia Bay from the Osceola River to Yankeestown. That's going to be the problem, so you do want to be away from that. Another one of the big problems after any storm, gasoline. Just took a look at the 100 or so gas stations surrounding Tallahassee. All but two have fuel and power.
Oh, so that's good.
That's great news. One has limited fuel. The other one says they have no fuel. I don't know how accurate that is, but everybody has fuel in Tallahassee right now. So good idea to fill up the car if you need to. Everybody good to go there. So fill that up. Good time also to mention the price gouging hotline. If you see gas for $7 or $8 a gallon, that's a no.
Gas prices are high. Not that high.
No, right. You were born at night, not last night.
Right.
So don't pay $7 or $8 a gallon. Call that 866-9-NO-SCAM. That's the price gouging hotline. and violators can face $25,000 penalties for messing with that. So not good. You're not flying tonight or tomorrow.
No.
Tallahassee International is shutting down at 11 p.m. They're staying closed through Thursday morning. I'll believe that when I see it, whether they reopen on Thursday morning.
Yeah, I think with the reopening, especially up there in the Big Bend area and the Panhandle, it's just they're going to have to see how the storm plays out before you can get a sense as to how quickly things can reopen.
Absolutely. Well, some good news for the kids, because I like to deliver good news.
Hey, the more good news we can get, the better right now.
Right. They're not going to school in Taylor County. Of course, that's bad news for parents.
Yeah.
Good news for kids. That's closed for the rest of the week in Taylor County. Leon County closing schools tomorrow and Thursday. No word yet on Friday. Wakulla schools closed tomorrow. District officials say they will make a decision about Thursday once the storm passes.
When I was in school in Hernando County, the only day off I think I ever got, only hurricane day. I mean, kids in Florida these days, they're getting hurricane days like every year.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think I got one day off for Hurricane Andrew, and it really, in the Tampa Bay area, there really wasn't much of anything. It was breezy. That was about it. But they took a lot of precautions, mainly because of what happened, I think, in South Florida. You just didn't want to take any chances. But it was one hurricane day. My entire time I was in school, it's like every year.
Yeah, my son had at least 2, if not 3 days off for Hurricane Ian, and he was off of school today and off tomorrow, too.
Yeah, and the reasoning is obviously the shelters. They need the room.
Yeah, of course, but Wakulla County, no shelters there.
Yes.
So those schools are possibly going to reopen. Of course, they could be damaged. They could be flooded.
Right.
We'll have to see. I got one day off of school in my entire career is because the air conditioning went out.
Is that right?
So that's it. That was in elementary school. So,
all right, Al Lewis, our Operation Stormwatch anchor with the latest on the situation in Tallahassee. Al, really appreciate it. Thanks so much. All right. And real quick, Danny, you have an update for those who are thinking about ordering in.
Yeah,
doing my favorite thing to do.
Ordering DoorDash tonight. Well, you better get your orders in soon because operations will be suspended starting at 10 o'clock tonight in St. Pete, Tampa, Gainesville, Lakeland, Sarasota, and Tallahassee. Those areas will not have DoorDash for you tonight due to the storm coming.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, and what you're saying with like Publix and different businesses across the state, you want to keep your employees safe, and it's probably better because when you don't have, those kinds of places open, then people aren't venturing out as much, All right, let's bring in our other anchor with our Operation Stormwatch coverage, Gordon Bird, who has an update for us on the situation in Tampa.
Well, of course, sunset right now is happening in... Well, of course, right now, sunset is happening in Clearwater, 7:55, and that's the time by which officials in Pinellas and Pasco counties are saying you should be off the roads. You should either be evacuated or sheltered, and they're saying that they can't guarantee their ability to respond after this point. The mayor of Newport Richey has been sending a response team out to help people get out of the evacuation zone, but he says that can't continue after dark. We're also waiting for the 8 p.m. intermediate advisory on Idalia, which was listed at 5 p.m., is about 195 miles southwest of Tampa. Forecasters calling for a 4 to 6 foot storm surge in the immediate Tampa Bay area, and they had been calling earlier for 4 to 7 feet rather. As far as power outages, and you may have some different numbers on this, officially looking at the Duke Energy outage website, they have fewer than 400 customers without electricity in Pinellas and Pasco County. Tampa Electric just reporting a handful without power. FPL reporting scattered outages in the areas that it serves in Sarasota and Manatee County. So far those numbers have not piled up, although we expect that to change through the course of the night.
You would expect an increase in power outages, and those low numbers don't surprise me because honestly, over the past 2 or 3 hours, there really hasn't been much activity in terms of any significant bans from Hurricane Idalia making their way through the Tampa Bay area, although now you're starting to see one of the outer bands with some pretty serious storms inch closer to Port Charlotte and Sarasota, and it looks like that band is probably going to make its way right up through the Tampa Bay area. So in a couple hours from now, Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Pasco, Hernando, you're going to start to feel some stronger effects from this hurricane, and that could cause some of those power outages. And then we're certainly expecting them up in the Tallahassee area. Once you get up into that Big Bend area in Tallahassee, a lot of trees up there. And those sustained winds that they're going to experience are going to knock down some of those limbs and knock out power up there. All right, Gordon Bird with an update for us. Gordon, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Still monitoring the 8 p.m. update. Let me see if I got it here. It should have come in by now.
Yeah, they're usually a little bit before they're supposed to come out.
All right, there we have it. It just came in, the advisory, and Hurricane Idalia is continuing to strengthen. Let's see where we're at now. It has increased from 100 mile per hour maximum sustained winds to 105 miles per hour. Continues on that northward trajectory at 16 miles per hour. So not a lot of change in terms of the speed at which the storm is moving or the direction. But the pressure has dropped a bit and the maximum sustained winds have increased to 105. And the guidance from the National Hurricane Center is that Idalia not only continues to strengthen, but it's likely to become a major hurricane soon. So we could see that within the next couple of hours. So it's what we expected. It's sitting over those really, really hot Gulf waters, and there was going to be some rapid intensification, and that's what it appears this storm is undergoing right now. So not good news for where it eventually makes landfall. Also, those storm surge numbers are likely going to continue to remain at a very elevated level in parts of the state, upwards of 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. We're going to have the latest on all of that. We'll check in with our Max Defender 8 meteorologist for an update on the forecast. That and a whole lot more coming up for you here on our Operation Stormwatch coverage.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations.
It's The Woody Show.
Rover's Morning Glory.
The Rod Ryan Show.
All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
iHeartRadio Music Festival.
All of the best free curated playlists.
Everything that rocks.
All of the great podcasts for every interest.
This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome. All your favorite superstars.
We are 30 Seconds to Mars.
This is Alex from All Time Low. Download the iHeartRadio app today. Free has never sounded so good.
I'm Jeff Jr., founder and CEO of Trajan Wealth. I was born and raised in northern Wisconsin by both my father, who owned a small 10-lane bowling alley, and my mother, who was a nurse, who did her best caring for everyone in our small town. My parents stressed in me that if I was going to do anything, it needed to be done right or not done at all. I later joined the Marine Corps, where additional values were instilled. Values like honor, courage, and commitment. The motto of the Marine Corps? It's Semper Fi, which means always faithful. What's the best part of Trajan Wealth? It's our 100-plus employees who also embrace the exact same values. If your current financial advisor is more interested in selling you something, or is more loyal to their own financial gain than yours, give us a call for a second opinion. We would be honored to hear from you. Call Trajan today at 813-550-1000 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
International Diamond Center's giving you relief from rising prices with incredible offers now through the end of August. Now through the end of August, IDC is offering you 36 months zero-interest financing on pre-owned Rolex watches. 3 years, zero interest. And yes, this special finance offer includes all of IDC's luxury pre-owned Rolex watches. Hundreds in stock. Nothing is excluded. Submariners, Daytonas, Datejusts, Batmans, Pepsi's. IDC has all the hard-to-find Rolex models in stock. Men's and ladies' watches. These pre-owned Rolex watches are in pristine condition. Each one hand-selected and carefully inspected for quality and craftsmanship. Right now, through the end of August, you can walk away with a Rolex of your dreams and enjoy 36 months zero-interest financing. 3 years of low, affordable payments. Don't miss this chance to get the Rolex you deserve. Now through August 31st only, during IDC's amazing Summer of Savings event. International Diamond Center. Tampa, Clearwater, Lakeland, and now in Sarasota. Approved credit Rolex financing offer requires 20% down payment.
Hi, Bobby Maggie here. You've heard me talk about your retirement tax bill and how devastating and expensive it can be, but it doesn't have to be that way. Just attend one of our free 3-in-1 seminars. We'll cover estate planning, tax planning, and Social Security planning. You'll learn how to lower your tax bill, maximize your Social Security benefits, and more. Visit MaggieTax.com today, click on seminars, and register right there. Attending our seminars will cost you nothing. Not attending sending them could cost you tens of thousands of dollars. Register today at MaggieTax.com. That's MaggieTax.com.
World-class fishing, crystal blue waters, endless sunshine. There's so much about Florida's waterways to enjoy. Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission encourages you to take part in the National Spring Aboard campaign and take a boating safety course today. You can take the course in a classroom or online. Just make sure you take a course. The knowledge gained by taking a course will make you and your family and friends safer and allow you to have more fun out on the water. To learn more, visit Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission at myfwc.com.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey, Tampa Bay, Katie here for Lincoln Lending. Join Frank Cotto for the Business Happy Hour every Sunday morning from 5 to 6 a.m. and check out the greatest rates on a refinance or home equity loan at 813mortgage.com. That's 813mortgage.com.
New South is Florida's factory direct window company. We manufacture, install, and guarantee your windows for life. One company, one call. Our windows blend energy performance with hurricane protection. New South Window, home of your ultimate Florida window.
Buy more, save more. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Injured at work? Don't settle for less than you need. Bernetti PA is ready to work for the compensation you deserve. You know who to call. Call 1-800-BERNETTI. We're ready.
Office Tampa, Lakeland, Clearwater, Sarasota.
Win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
Man, that is great.
You'll be there.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
September 22nd and 23rd.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Capital One is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Festival for the 7th year in a row, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
FYI. Like, literally. This is Tampa Bay's News Radio. WFLA. WFLA Tampa. WXTB HD2 Clearwater. Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
This is live Operation Stormwatch coverage of Hurricane Idalia, presented by New South Windows and Doors. I'm your host, Ryan Gorman, with Dana McKay and Jay Retcher, and we are live in Sarasota, Tampa, and in Tallahassee on numerous iHeartRadio stations.
We are on News Radio, WFLA in Tampa, also in Tampa on 95.3 WDAE, Mix 100.7, US 103.5, 93.3 FLZ, 98 Rock, 95.7 The Beat, Axion 1250 AM, Roomba 106.5 FM, and in Tallahassee on 100.7 WFLA, 94.9 TNT, X 101.5, 96.5 The Spear, 105.3 The Beat, 107.1 Kiss FM, and in Sarasota, we are on 92.1 FM, 103.1 CTQ, and just joining us now, 107.9 WSRZ. Of course, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Download the iHeart app for free. Just look for News Radio WFLA or tell your Alexa or your Siri to play News Radio WFLA on iHeartRadio. We would love to hear from you, what conditions are like near you, what you're seeing, what you're hearing right now. You can text 82945 and be sure to start your text with WFLA. That's 82945 and start your text with WFLA.
All right, and we are monitoring everything having to do with Hurricane Idalia, including this 8 p.m. advisory that came in just a little while ago. And nothing unexpected from the advisory, but unfortunately it shows that this storm continues to strengthen. The maximum sustained winds now at 105 miles per hour. It's inching closer and closer towards becoming a major hurricane, which is what's expected. It's expected that this storm will reach a Category 3 status in short order over the next couple of hours.
It definitely seems like every report, it's increasing about 5 miles an hour. And so in this next report, it could be at that 111 miles per hour, which would make it a Category 3.
Right. We're getting closer to hitting that next benchmark. And also, when we take a look at the storm surge numbers, the expectation, especially in the Big Bend area, I mean, it's hard to imagine, but 10 to 15 feet, and that's on top of the tides that we're looking at, the king tides.
Yes,
the
because of the moon.
Right. So there's going to be significant flooding in parts of the Florida West Coast, up and down the coastline, flooding that those areas just haven't seen before. I mean, we haven't seen up in the Big Bend area storm surge between 10 to 15 feet. I mean, that is just unheard of. And even south of that area where it's likely going to be closer to the center of the storm, when you scan out a bit to the Tampa Bay area, you're still talking about, again, that combination of the high tides and the storm surge, an elevated storm surge, not to that extent, not 10 to 15 feet, but a couple of feet. And you add all that up in some of those flood-prone areas, that's what we're going to see. We're going to see some roadways and some different neighborhoods where you're going to have some flooding. And that's why officials up and down the coast are encouraging people basically right now. In fact, Pasco County said, it's 8 p.m. Let's call it a night for anybody who's out there. Get to where you need to be and let's ride this thing out. Let's go to the hotline now and bring in Max Defender 8 meteorologist Jeff Baradelli for the latest. Jeff, can't thank you enough for taking a few minutes to come back on with us. So we just got this 8 p.m. advisory. What stood out to you about the latest data we have on Hurricane Idalia?
I was just saying on the air that this storm is behaving. It's doing exactly what we thought it would do. It is strengthening, not rapidly, but it is continually strengthening. The pressure dropped from 972 millibars to 963 millibars. That's a pretty big pressure drop in a short period of time. And you notice that the winds ticked up 5 miles an hour to 105 from 100. I expect that at 11, we'll see the reflection of that pressure drop even more, probably propelling those winds up to 110. And then you're not too far away from a Cat 3 storm at that point. Once we reach the 11 o'clock hour. So it's conceivable that we may be a Cat 3 at 11, if not sometime in the middle of the night at maybe 2 o'clock or something.
So what are we looking at in terms of the storm surge along with the high tides that we're going to be experiencing in the Tampa Bay area? What can you tell us about that, and what should everyone be watching out for, especially if they're in one of those flood-prone areas along the coast or, Bayshore Boulevard, those kinds of spots?
Yeah. Well, so we still have offshore winds, so we're not worried about that kind of flooding, at least until after 1 a.m. At 1 a.m., we start to see the wind switch onshore, first in our southern counties, so Sarasota, Bradenton, and then eventually in Tampa Bay, Pinellas County, and up the coast we go. So the best chance for storm surge flooding will be in the early morning hours, and then the real tide cycle, the high tide in Tampa Bay, in and around Pinellas County, that's going to be late morning, early afternoon tomorrow. So believe it or not, the storm will make landfall at around 7, 8 o'clock. And the whole time, I think we're going to see rising water. But the apex of that water is likely to be right around high tide, around noon, give or take. Some places an hour or two earlier, some places an hour or two later. So we're kind of lucky in a way because in some cases, the landfall is not coinciding with high tide.
And for those listening in Tallahassee, because we're covering for that market as well right now, providing updates for those in Tallahassee, obviously there's been a growing concern as the storm track shifted a bit more into their area. What can they expect, and what's their timeline look like?
Right. Of course, the Tallahassee market is bigger than just the city of Tallahassee.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure I cover the whole area. Tallahassee could be on the western fringe of the eye wall, which means they should be prepared for hurricane force winds sustained there. However, the eastern side of the storm and the center of the storm is stronger. Places like Perry. I assume Perry is it picks up the station in Tallahassee. Perry could see wind gusts over 130 miles an hour. St. Mark's, same thing. Could see wind gusts 120 plus. Cedar Key, I think we see wind gusts probably around 100 miles an hour or so. Lake City is likely to have wind gusts over 100 miles an hour. So that's I will say that this storm is hitting the least populated part of the state of Florida, but there is still a lot of people, enough people that live in this area, and everyone there should be prepared for what are going to be Cat 2 and maybe even Cat 3 winds as the storm moves inshore. One more thing I want to mention. It takes a while for a storm to ramp down. We expect this to be strengthening all the way up to landfall, like so many of the storms have in recent years. And so if you think about it, it takes a while for a Mack truck to kind of slow down, right? Well, that's the case with a storm that's strengthening at landfall. And these storms always produce a lot more damage than a storm that's weakening at landfall, just because they have so much upward momentum that they move on shore. So that destructive wind will carry all the way over the Florida-Georgia line.
And what about the risk of tornadoes in some of these rain bands?
Yeah, it's there. It's on the eastern side, and we're on the eastern side of the storm. And so there's a rain band sitting off Sarasota County right now. It's going to be moving on shore in the next hour or two. That one, I would not be surprised if that one produces a couple of water spouts that move on shore and become tornadoes. We'll be watching it closely here. Our Max Defender radar is a live radar, so we can track it neighborhood to neighborhood, second by second. And that will continue overnight. So I think the tornado threat ramps up in the next hour or two, and then probably is with us at least until the early morning hours tomorrow morning when the storm makes landfall.
It's been interesting to watch some of these bands, these outer bands, because you had spots like West Palm Beach. Right now, Gainesville has some severe weather in that general area. So, even though obviously it's the western coast and then Big Bend and the Panhandle that are going to feel the worst of this storm, it is impacting the whole state like we've seen with a lot of these storms.
It is, yeah. And I'd say the thing that's going to be memorable about this storm is the fact that it's pushing all the water into a corner, to a narrow part of the northeastern part of the Gulf of Mexico. Water's got nowhere to go but up, and that's why we're looking at 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. You push this same storm into the east coast of Florida, and you can cut those totals in half. That's the difference that our coastline and our continental shelf makes around here. We're very susceptible to storm surge.
All right, Jeff Baradelli, Max Defender 8, Chief Meteorologist with us this evening. Jeff, thanks so much for taking a few minutes to come on. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, and there was one area that Jeff just mentioned, and it's Perry. And in a moment, we're going to go to a reporter who's on the ground there to kind of get a sense as to what they're expecting to experience. But again, when you get to that Big Bend area, it just the storm as it continues to strengthen, you could really see the eye wall developing, and you could see it intensifying. And like Jeff said, there's just nothing that's going to slow it down up until landfall. So this is only going to continue to strengthen over those warm Gulf waters before it makes landfall. So we're going to see how this develops. But every advisory over the past couple of hours, we've seen some strengthening with this storm all the way up to where it is right now, 105 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. And like you asked Dana about the potential for tornadoes, you can see this large band of storms just sitting off the coast of Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, Sarasota, that area. That's going to make its way north, and it is going to go a bit inland. So if you're in Sarasota, if you're in Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Pasco County, Hernando, you're going to experience that coming up here over the course of the next few hours.
Yeah, and it looks like right now that things are pretty clear in Tampa and in the Tampa Bay area, and people might be thinking, oh, it's nothing. And then all of a sudden these next bands could come up and we could have a tornado watch on our hands.
Right. I mean, in fact, right now, all the way from, again, Spring Hill over to Orlando, and then all the way down to West Palm Beach in the middle of the state, there's really not a whole lot there. Most of the severe weather is up actually just north of Palm Coast and just west of St. Augustine, north of Gainesville, in that general vicinity. That's where you're seeing some of the most severe weather. But you're going to have these bands that are starting to make their way onshore as the storm keeps inching its way north. And it's not quite parallel to the Tampa Bay area yet. It's more parallel to like Port Charlotte. That's kind of where it's sitting off in the Gulf of Mexico right now. But it is moving at a pretty good clip. I believe it was 16 miles per hour to the north. That's what we're seeing with this storm. And I want to take a look at some of the latest tracks as well and see if anything has changed. So I'll keep an eye on that. The next advisory isn't going to come out till 11 p.m. So I got a little ways to go before the next advisory. But that one, it sounds like possibility for it to become a major hurricane by then if it keeps inching its way up with the increase in intensity that we've been seeing over the past couple of hours.
And like he had mentioned before, we have this area that's probably going to be the hardest hit by this storm, where there's just not a lot of people who live there, and it's just not going to get the attention probably with all of the destruction that we would get here in the Tampa Bay area or that we saw for Fort Myers. And so we want to make sure that in the aftermath of this storm, we're doing what we can to help those people, and hopefully they get the attention that they're going to need.
I just can't imagine those who are in like the Perry, Horseshoe Beach area, Cedar Key. I mean, up to 15 feet of storm surge. That is just an incredible number. I want to look up. I got to look up in a moment. I want to see what was the highest that we saw in Fort Myers for Hurricane Ian and how that could potentially compare to what we're going to see with this storm here. I mean, that is just an incredible number.
Ian's storm surge was 13.8 feet along Fort Myers Beach.
My God, the potential to be even higher.
Yeah, that was the highest. Yeah, that was the highest surge ever recorded in Southwest Florida over the past 150 years. And it was double the surge produced by Hurricane Charlie in 2004.
Yeah, that just gives you a sense. I mean, we've all seen the videos of what happened with Hurricane Ian last year and the storm surge and the flooding and all of that. And this could eclipse that up in the Big Bend area. And Jeff was right when we were talking to him, just kind of the way the state curves. I mean, you're just pushing all that water.
It has nowhere to go but on land.
Right, up into that pocket up there in the Big Bend area. So it's just it's concerning, and obviously our thoughts are going to be with those in Cedar Key and the Big Bend area. And we are still continuing to pay close attention to what's happening up in Tallahassee, because the storm has shifted a little bit throughout the course of the day today, bringing it a little closer to the Tallahassee area. So some of the more severe weather could be impacting you if you're listening in and around Tallahassee. That would be much later. That would be more tomorrow morning.
Yes, they're going to wake up probably in the wee hours of the morning to the storm starting to come in, and then experience the worst of it tomorrow morning.
All right, let me bring in now Operation Stormwatch anchor Al Lewis. While we're talking about Tallahassee, let's get an update on what's happening up there, the latest from local officials. What's new, Al?
Yeah, well, some of the closures, lots of them, of course. Walmart, all Tallahassee locations are now closed, and they will remain closed tomorrow as well. Leon County Schools, tomorrow, Thursday, no classes, closed. Florida State University School closed through Friday. Monday, of course, is Labor Day, so follow that schedule. Kaiser University closed tomorrow. All Leon County government offices closed tomorrow. Over to the city of Tallahassee. They've closed the city offices for tomorrow. That customer call center is available 24/7 starting 8 a.m. And you can call that for any of those needs for you there. DoorDash, not good. All operations being suspended as of 10 p.m. That's in Tallahassee, Sarasota, St. Petersburg, Gainesville, Lakeland, and Tampa Bay. Your hopes of getting food delivered to those cities dashed.
Well, probably. Well, first of all, well done.
Well played.
Well played. Well played, Al. But probably this combination of things happening, you would hope the DoorDash wouldn't want their drivers out on the road in dangerous conditions. But also, a lot of restaurants are shutting down.
Right, that too.
Yeah, so I don't know how many options there were left.
Not
but
a lot.
You know there's going to be people who think that in the middle of a storm, let me check and see if I can get DoorDash
Oh,
right
of course.
now.
Absolutely.
Well, those are the same people that are walking around on the beach and surfing.
Right. Right. The question is Waffle House still open? That's I don't know if there's I gotta look. We gotta look and see where are there Waffle House locations along the Big Bend area and up close to Tallahassee. Because
it's gotta be some on I-10. Gotta be.
That's what you gotta look for, because if that starts to shut down, that's when you know bad news.
That is not. That's probably worse than Jim Cantori showing up in your city. Tallahassee Airport, by the way, shut down as of 11 o'clock. It's going to stay closed tomorrow. They say they're going to open Thursday morning. we will see if that comes to pass.
All right. Operation Stormwatch anchor Al Lewis with the Tallahassee update for us. Al, thanks so much. And now I want to go to the hotline and bring in ABC Action News anchor Paul Legrone. Paul, really appreciate taking a minute to come on with us. So where exactly are you at? You're in Perry, right?
Yeah, we're in the town of Perry, about 7,000 people population in the county of Taylor County in the Big Bend part of Florida, the Nature Coast as they call it. And this is essentially where the path of the storm is expected to be. Potentially the eye of Hurricane Idalia could be coming through here. Although, as we've been seeing in real time, this path is shifting ever so slightly to the west. And that 11 o'clock advisory will be the telltale sign of, could this click another 25 miles to the west toward Tallahassee, and it becomes more of a Tallahassee storm. So all eyes on that 11 o'clock advisory. And then, of course, the one following that 6 hours later at 5 a.m. Of course, by then, we're getting closer to landfall, and essentially it won't make a difference. But that's where we are. And I can tell you, people all day have been sort of trying to figure out, where do I go? Do I lock down in place? Earlier, they were told to go to Tallahassee, and that may have been the wrong decision. But as we know, these storms have an unpredictable nature about them.
Let me ask you this. We just talked to a meteorologist who said, and specifically pointed out, Perry, where you're at, could experience winds upwards of 130 miles per hour. And just give us a sense of the area, because Perry's also in that portion of the state where there's a potential to experience up to 15 feet of storm surge, which is just hard to wrap your head around. And we were just talking about this a moment ago. I mean, the highest storm surge that we saw from Hurricane Ian was 13.8 feet. So you're talking about the potential to eclipse that. And we saw what destruction that did.
Yeah, so, the good news, I try to look at the bright side on these things, is that Perry is somewhat insulated because it is about 25 minutes inland, and its elevation is around 26, 27 feet. And the good thing about the Nature Coast is, and there's really no delicate way of saying this, Ryan, I mean, if there was a part of Florida that a hurricane was going to hit that isn't, packed with 5 million people like South Florida or Tampa Bay, this is a part of Florida that, that Nature Coast, it's called Nature Coast for a reason. It's untamed, unspoiled nature. That's why people come here. And there are people that live, and it's all relative, right? I mean, if you live in a town like Steinhatchee or Keaton Beach, these sort of fishing village area towns right along that coast, your world right now is upside down. But you are talking about, relatively speaking, a few thousand people that were told to get out of Dodge today versus millions of people that we've seen before when they've issued these evacuation orders for a direct hit to, say, Miami, like Andrew years back, or other storms most recent. But Perry is about a half hour inland. And so, for the options that people have for shelter here, and there aren't many, do I say that they feel safe? Well, it depends on what kind of structure they're calling it a day at. If you're at a hotel like we are, one of the few, if not the only one in town, then you're doing good. If you're not, if you're in a mobile home, obviously a different situation.
Yeah, and you mentioned where the storm is likely going to hit, a much less populated area than Tampa Bay. I mean, if a storm like this with potential storm surge of 15 feet were to hit the Tampa Bay area, you're talking about a wipeout, of heavily populated areas. But the one area that, and you mentioned this a moment ago, that there's growing concern for is Tallahassee, and how strong of an impact they could experience with this bit of a shift that we've seen with the storm. For those who aren't familiar with Perry and the general area that you're in, where is that in relation to the state capitol?
Right. So Perry's about 56 minutes, to be exact, southeast of Perry. You take US 19, you hit I-10, you go over west to Tallahassee. We're about 2 hours west of Gainesville. So we're not exactly halfway between Gainesville and Tallahassee. We're more toward Tallahassee than we are Gainesville, but a stop along the way, you might say. If you're going from Gainesville to Tallahassee and you're taking the country roads, you're going to wind up in Perry. Lovely place, really nice people, salt of the earth. and they're used to a certain way of life. Tallahassee, the concern right now is if it does end up being more of that kind of a storm, they're further inland. They're enough inland that the storm surge would not be a problem for them. But you've been to Tallahassee. We've all been there. If you spent time in Florida, there are a ton of trees. And you're talking about a Cat 3, possibly Cat 4. It's not hard to imagine that situation, these big, huge oak trees, and what it could do to a town like Tallahassee and the surrounding areas when it comes to power, when it comes to property damage, and that kind of thing. You know, the slogan that we always use at ABC Action News is you run from the water, you hide from the wind. Well, when you're in the eye of the storm, you have to do both, because you're going to get the wind, you're going to get the water, and you're going to get the storm surge. It's like a, 1, 2, 3 punch. So you're kind of getting all the elements if you're in that bullet's eye of the storm. And that's what folks are trying to figure out right now. And it's really a delicate dance, because you can leave too early and you can leave too late. And in the case of those folks who were told go to Tallahassee to seek higher ground earlier this morning, they may have made their situation worse. But at this late hour, they've got to hunker down.
And final question for you, Paul: are you going to be out there in the middle of the storm? You're going to be doing that Jim Cantori thing out there in Perry?
Yeah, that's the plan. We're going to be here. I think we're going to be up and at 'em at 3 a.m. And we're going to start to see the first effects of this thing. And then it's basically, all hands on deck and kind of like it's on, from 3 a.m. until, noonish. You're going to see this thing play out. The good thing about it is, it's not one of those, let me sit on top of you and soak you for 24 hours like Ian was.
It's moving.
I mean, Ian was a torturous storm. This thing at least is booking at a golf cart's pace, 15 miles an hour. If it could even speed up. I don't know about you, but if I'm going to take a punch, if you're going to punch me in the face, go ahead and get it over with.
Right.
Don't sit there and threaten me with it, and then I get punched when I least expect it, and like the slow moving nature. So anyway, try to look at the bright side of these things. But yes, to answer your question, we are going to be out in it, as they say.
Well, hopefully we'll see. We'll see some video of that, I'm sure. ABC Action News anchor Paul Legrone with us from Perry. Paul, do stay safe, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it.
All right. Coming up, we're going to play some audio for you from the deputy director of the National Hurricane Center, who offered an update just a little while ago. We're going to have that for you. Plus, we'll check in with our Operation Stormwatch anchors. Gordon Bird has the latest on what's happening in the Tampa Bay area, and Al Lewis will have another update for us on what's happening in Tallahassee. So we have a lot still to come right here on Operation Stormwatch Hurricane Idalia.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Well, you're a grown-up in Florida when you go out to brunch with friends and end up talking about how to kill ants that get into your house. Those little teeny tiny ghost ants? I've had them in my bathroom, the master bathroom, for weeks, and they just will not go away. I've tried everything, this trap, that trap. I even tried doing one of those little homemade ant killer recipes. Guess what? That didn't work either. I finally decided I need help with this, and I called Earth's Best Pest Management. They came out, and now I'm confident that those ants will not be back. And there's a reason why they're celebrating over 25 years of serving the Tampa Bay community. They use safe and natural methods to keep insects and pests out of your home or business. Earth's Best Pest Management is taking care of the ant problem in my house, and they can help keep your home or business pest-free, too. Visit Earth's Best Pest Management at insectfree.com. That's insectfree.com.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to FPL.com or download the FPL mobile app. You can also receive text message updates after the storm by texting the word JOIN to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
Hi, Bobby Maggie here. Your tax bill in retirement could be a lot larger than you think. To learn how much your retirement tax bill is right now, visit MaggieTax.com. Click on Tax Bill in Retirement, and in 30 seconds, our free retirement tax calculator will show you what your current retirement tax bill looks like. Or click on Seminars and register today to attend one of our free 3-in-1 seminars. The first step in lowering your retirement tax bill is to know what yours is. Find out in 30 seconds at MaggieTax.com. That's MaggieTax.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
iHeart Podcast Update. This week on your free iHeartRadio app. Verdict with Ted Cruz. Join Senator Ted Cruz and co-host Ben Ferguson as they break down the most important news stories of the day and reveal what they mean for you. More to It with Marcellus Wiley, a show featuring conversations with athletes, entertainers, and people with surprising stories that prove there's more to everyone's reality than meets the eye. An army of normal folks. Hosted by Coach Bill Courtney from the Oscar-winning Undefeated, this podcast is building the Army and celebrating its extraordinary members. Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your home or business is a reflection of you. Now, if you're looking to take it from middling to sizzling, you need the help of your local CertaPro painters and the power of Pro. That's CertaPro's power of listening to your needs and delivering a customized project plan, and the power of doing the job right, on time, and within your budget. Contact CertaPro painters today at CertaPro.com.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
I'm Rick Stroud, Bucks reporter for the Tampa Bay Times.
And I'm Joey Knight. I also cover the Bucks for the Times.
What does the next football season have in store for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Find out in the exclusive Bucks preview section in the Tampa Bay Times on Sunday, September 10th.
WFLA Tampa. WXTB HD2 Clearwater. Now, back to News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch.
This is live Operation Stormwatch coverage of Hurricane Idalia, presented by New South Windows and Doors. I'm your host, Ryan Gorman, with Dana McKay and Jay Retcher, and we are on live right now in Sarasota, Tampa, and in Tallahassee.
We are live in Tampa on News Radio WFLA 95.3 WDAE, Mix 100.7, 103.5. 93.3 FLZ, 98 Rock, 95.7 The Beat, Exxon, 1250 AM, Roomba, 106.5 FM, live in Tallahassee on 100.7 WFLA, 94.9 TNT, X101.5, 96.5 The Spear, 105.3 The Beat, 107.1 Kiss FM, and in Sarasota, 92.1 FM, 103.1 CTQ, 107.9 WSRZ, and also on the iHeartRadio app. The iHeartRadio app is free to download, and you can look for News Radio WFLA. You can also tell Alexa or Siri to play News Radio WFLA on iHeartRadio. And if you have a question or something you wanted to ask us. 82945 is the text line. That's 82945, and you start your message with WFLA.
Taking a look at the radar now, there is a much more clearly defined eye that we're seeing with Idalia as it continues to strengthen. As of the 8 p.m. advisory, the maximum sustained winds were now at 105 miles per hour. So a strong Category 2 storm continuing to move north at 16 miles per hour. And also off the coast of Port Charlotte, North Port, Venice, that area, we're starting to see some marine water spouts pop up. But again, this is far off the coast and they're staying offshore. So nothing to worry about there. But that's part of some of these bands that are starting to make their way into the Sarasota area. And then over time tonight, they will make their way up through the Tampa Bay area. And speaking of the Tampa Bay area, let's bring in Operation Stormwatch anchor Gordon Bird for the latest on what's happening in Tampa.
All right, Ryan and Dana, we have the storm surge warning remains in effect from Englewood north to Indian Pass, and that includes Tampa Bay. The hurricane warning is still in effect from Longboat Key northward along the coast, including Tampa Bay. However, the hurricane watches for Sarasota County have been discontinued. And in fact, the city of Sarasota plans to reopen for business Wednesday afternoon at 1 o'clock. As far as storm surge, of course, we're still expecting 4 to 6 feet in and around the Bay and Pinellas Barrier Islands, and more in some locations from Tarpon Springs north to Citrus County, about 6 to 9 feet. It's now after dark in the Tampa Bay area, and you should have completed your sheltering or evacuating, and officials are telling you should stay off the roads, particularly Pasco County, because they're concerned about not being able to respond if you get into an accident. Evacuations are even being ordered for prisons in our state. The Florida Department of Corrections is moving about 4,000 inmates from 35 facilities in North and Central Florida, including transition houses in Bartow and Tarpon Springs.
And I think one of the reasons local officials want everybody off the roads and where they need to be, because, again, you're going to have some of these outer bands from the storm over the next few hours are going to make their way into the Tampa Bay area. So you are going to start to experience some severe weather. So if you're taking a look outside right now and you're wondering, this is really nothing.
It looks like nothing.
Yeah. Well, we've been lucky up to this point, and overall, the Tampa Bay area is going to continue to be generally pretty lucky when it comes to the storm. But that doesn't mean there can't be severe storms and tornado activity. That's something to watch out for in the overnight hours. So there's still a lot to pay attention to and to stay vigilant about. And we'll continue to keep you updated on all of that and a whole lot more right here on our Operation Stormwatch coverage. Anchor Gordon Bird with us with an update on Tampa. Gordon, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right now, I want to play some audio. This was from a little while ago. This was the Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome, who spoke about Hurricane Idalia and some of what we should know about the meteorological side of this storm. So again, here's Deputy Director for the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome.
Welcome back, everyone, with the 5:30 Eastern Time update on now Category 2 Hurricane Idalia. I want to start with the satellite image because that's probably going to be one of the more important things that we're going to talk about here. You can see that the much anticipated intensification that we've been talking about for several days is starting to happen, and some of it has already happened. I said it was Category 2, maximum sustained winds now up to 100 miles per hour, and this system has additional strengthening to go overnight and into the morning before making landfall. You can kind of see it here in the satellite image. An eye is starting to make an appearance here. It's starting to clear out. That is a sign that intensification is ongoing, and it was going to continue to strengthen during the overnight hours. If I switch over here to radar imagery, you can see the bands just sweeping across the Florida Panhandle already, or the Florida Peninsula already. And this is important because time is of the essence. There is no more time to monitor and hope for this system. If you're in this impacted area, and I'm going to break down the heaviest impacted areas here in a second, you won't have tomorrow. You will not have tomorrow to finalize your preparations. You have to do it this evening and tonight. You must rush preparation to completion in the next few hours because you can see the bands already working their way into the peninsula. So let's talk about the impacted areas, who's going to be impacted. and where the system is going to go. As I said, right now, 100 miles per hour, maximum sustained winds. That makes it a Category 2 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale, but it's going to continue to increase in strength, probably become a Category 3 in the overnight hours. Moving north now at 16 miles per hour, so it's picking up speed as it moves towards the Florida Big Bend area. So I talked about it, intensification. Most likely intensifying to a Category 3 overnight with maximum sustained winds of at least 115 miles per hour, maybe even a little stronger, before then moving inland somewhere in the Florida Big Bend area, But for all intensive purposes, where it makes landfall is not important because of this red area here. This red area here highlights where a hurricane warning is in effect. Now, what does a hurricane warning mean? That means that hurricane conditions are expected in that area. And so if you're in this red area here, Tampa northward, all the way through the Big Bend, and even inland into southeastern Georgia or southern Georgia, you have to be prepared for hurricane force wind speeds overspreading your community over the next 12 to 24 hours. It is, again, it is no longer time to monitor this situation. It is time to prepare for this situation, especially if you're in this red area. For the blue areas here, this is a tropical storm warning. So a tropical storm warning for the blue areas here. And look how far it extends north ahead of the system, even as it tracks in through southern Georgia into eastern South Carolina, possibly clipping North Carolina with those winds. And you can see now tropical storm watches have been issued for the eastern portions of North Carolina and the Outer Banks. So anywhere in this colored area, you got to be not only paying close attention, but preparing for these very difficult and damaging wind speeds. Now, let's switch over to the storm surge, because storm surge will be the biggest impact in Florida. And you can see here, if I zoom in here, we anticipate now the strongest and most impactful storm surge of 10 to 15 feet in the Florida Big Bend, including the small community of Cedar Key. So if you're watching us from Cedar Key, you got to get out of there. Those conditions are not at all survivable. So you got to get out of there. And even look, we can have a surge even all the way down here in Tampa, 4 to 6 feet possible, even in Tampa, even with the system passing well to the west. So let me make that point. Even if the system passes well to the west, we're going to have significant flooding in and around the Tampa Bay area, and you can see some of these other areas, basically all the way around St. Mark's, Apalachicola, impactful storm surge. So another place where if you've been ordered to evacuate, it is imperative that you follow those instructions immediately. We're really starting to run out of time with this one. So again, no longer watching. We're absolutely in the action phase. I want to start with the rainfall too. So if we zoom back out here, and this is the flood risk. So this is the chance of rainfall-induced flooding. So the heavy rains that come with these system flooding. Look at this large area of risk that extends from the Tallahassee area northward through Georgia. So this is some of these areas here. This is Augusta, Columbia. I would say that corridor there of I-20 is going to be an especially hard-hit area for heavy rains, then sweeping into southern North Carolina, impacting Jacksonville and Wilmington. So if you're watching us from anywhere in this red area, you got to be prepared for these heavy rains and potential flooding. And I'm going to end here with the rainfall amount so you can see how much rainfall we're going to get. I talked about it here. This little band here along I-20 from Augusta to Columbia is probably going to be a really hard hit area in terms of rainfall. So we've got all hazards in play. We've got the heavy wind down here in Florida and southern Georgia. We've got the storm surge in the Big Bend, and then this large swath of rainfall extending over several states in the southeastern United States. This one is really going to be complicated. You really have to stay tuned, follow the latest information. We continuously update this information on hurricanes.gov, and we'll be back tomorrow with more live stream updates.
Again, that was a live stream from a couple hours ago from the National Hurricane Center. Deputy Director Jamie Rome with an update on Hurricane Idalia. Not a whole lot has changed since then. That was when Hurricane Idalia was upgraded to a Category 2 hurricane. It's still at a Category 2, although it has intensified some over the course of the past couple of hours, and it will continue to do so throughout the night. Right now, want to play a message from another one of our Operation Stormwatch team members, Sari Carmen. This is for a couple of our affiliates in the Tampa Bay area, Axion 1250 AM and Roomba 1065 FM. So again, here's a message from Sari Carmen, an update on Hurricane Idalia.
Una vez más, la bahía de Tampa se salva de un impacto directo de un sistema atmosférico. Más temprano, hoy martes, vimos a directivos del aeropuerto de Tampa International y el de Clearwater y Sarasota asegurar los aviones y todo el equipo tras la amenaza del huracán. Mientras que para la ciudad de Tampa, la preocupación número uno, aún tras el desplazo de Idalia, sigue siendo la marejada ciclónica, según nos explica Maribel Garrett, enlace hispano de la ciudad.
Las marejadas esperamos que afecten al área de Tampa luego de que el huracán pasa y entra en el área, lo que todavía esperamos que sea el área norte. Las marejadas esperamos que afecten de forma seria.
Por otro lado, el condado Pinellas, hogar de una de las playas más famosas en el estado, Clearwater Beach, allí también los preparativos fueron enfocados en movilizar a residentes de las zonas A y de casas móviles para que desalojaran, según explica Elisa Escalera, portavoz del condado Pinellas.
337,000 personas que están bajo una orden de evacuación. Esto es toda la zona A, que es básicamente la zona costera y las zonas bajas. Y zonas aledañas a cualquier cuerpo de agua.
La situación más difícil para hispanos en la bahía de Tampa es vivir en un estado con una ley migratoria tan seria como la SB 1718. Aún así, jefes de alguaciles de la región aseguraron que no estarían buscando deportar a nadie y que la prioridad es la seguridad de familias vulnerables en zonas de peligro, afirmó el teniente Michael Paniagua.
Bueno, sobre la inmigración, quiero decirlo otra vez que a nosotros no nos importa la estatua de migratorio a ninguna persona. Nosotros estamos hoy para la seguridad de todo el mundo que está aquí en Pinellas County y puede entrar a los refugios con confianza.
Por ahora, el huracán Idalia sigue su rumbo por la región conocida como el Big Bend y en dirección hacia Tallahassee. Las familias en el condado León deben desalojar si viven en casas móviles o cerca de cuerpos de agua, así como la costa. Se esperan marejadas altas que podrían provocar serias inundaciones desde el condado León hasta los condados de la bahía de Tampa como Hernando, Pasco, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatí y Sarasota. Se anticipan extensas inundaciones costeras incluso una vez pase el huracán. Marejadas ciclónicas tan alta como entre 5 a 7 pies de altura. Lo peor del sistema se pudiera comenzar a sentir esta madrugada comenzando a las 12:30 del miércoles. Una vez los vientos superen 45 millas por hora, los rescatistas no estarán realizando ningún tipo de labor. Es mejor quedarse en casa y estar seguro. Les informó Sari Carmen Rivera.
All right, we are continuing here on Operation Stormwatch Hurricane Idalia. That was a message from one of our team members, Sari Carmen, for a couple of our stations in the Tampa Bay area, Axion 1250 AM and Roomba 1065 FM. And now I want to bring in Operation Stormwatch anchor Al Lewis, who has an update on the situation in Tallahassee.
We continue to monitor the track of Idalia. It's about a 245-mile trip south of Tallahassee right now. Idalia's got maximum sustained winds at 105. It's moving to the north at 16. So doing some quick math, 15 hours until the storm is over Tallahassee. That puts us at around lunchtime tomorrow. Yeah. So plan ahead there. Weather in Tallahassee right now is quiet. It's cloudy, 82 degrees. Winds are calm, 5 miles per hour. That, of course, is going to change with the hurricane warning in effect. Just got word to officials in Thomas County, Georgia. It's about an hour northeast of Tallahassee. They're imposing a 9 p.m. curfew. That starts tomorrow night. So they're calling this unprecedented too, National Weather Service in Tallahassee. So if you ever wanted to plan for a storm, this is the one to do it for.
Right. That storm surge, I mean, 10 to 15 feet. It's just thinking about what that's going to do to some parts along the coastline up there in the Big Bend area and the Panhandle. That is just going to be some pretty tremendous devastation. Again, luckily it's not as populated as some other parts of the state of Florida, but if you're there, if you're part of that smaller population, that is of no comfort to you.
Yeah, sure. Everything is perspective.
Right.
Really.
Exactly.
Power outages so far so good. About 1,000 customers in the entire Panhandle out right now. 11,000 statewide, so nothing
not bad.
yet. So we're doing okay, and of course that could be from anything. That could be a car hitting a pole or who knows what. So
yeah, we've had a couple of bands make their way through with some severe weather, so that could be part of it as well. So Al Lewis with an update for us on the situation in Tallahassee. Thank you, Al.
You bet.
Taking a look at this tornado watch that has been issued now. This just came down a couple of minutes ago, and it came down from the National Weather Service, and this covers a very extensive area. So we have a tornado watch in effect right now from all the way down at the Cape Coral, Bonita Springs area, of course, in the general Fort Myers region, all the way up into the Big Bend area, and it extends all the way into Sebring and Ocala and Gainesville. And of course, it covers Hernando County, Pasco County, Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Polk County. So there is just a huge tornado watch covering.
So this one's legit.
This one appears to be legit.
Yes. And I wonder, this must be because a little while ago we talked about how there were some water spouts that are forming out in the, out in the Gulf on that part of the storm that's not really close to land, but that's probably why they're starting to see that activity.
Yeah. And when you see some of these bands that are developing and they're going to start making their way up the west coast of the state of Florida, that's the concern, and that's where those tornadoes can pop up. So yeah, it sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like Hillsborough County jumped the gun maybe a little bit with their post on X, but in the end, they kind of turned out to be right.
Yeah, and it wasn't a surprise.
No.
Like when the initial announcement came out, we didn't look at it because we've heard this even earlier. I know when Aaron and I were hosting WFLA, Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann said, hey, this is a possibility.
Right.
So don't let your guard down. You're going to have these bands of rain, and that's kind of the unique thing with this hurricane. You'll get some rain and then it'll stop, and then you'll get another downpour and then it'll stop. Like, it really is unpredictable. The only thing consistent with all these storms is it's ever changing, and you just never know. Keep an open mind, keep your eyes and your ears open, because you just never know what's going to happen.
When you take a look at the radar right now, you've got Sarasota, Port Charlotte. That's where some of the more severe storms are. That's where some of those rain bands are making their way on shore. But then the other big area of rain is all the way up around St. Augustine and inward just north of Gainesville. And then the rest of the state, there's just not a whole lot going on. But again, as this storm continues to move north, and then eventually it's expected to shift to the northeast direction, that's when these bands are really going to start to rub up against the coast, and that's when you're potentially going to see some tornadoes, some more severe bands, some more severe weather make its way on shore, and that's what you got to watch out for.
Yeah, it keeps moving north, and it's steadily growing. 16 miles an hour. Earlier today it was 8, went up to 14, now 16. Very curious to see when the 11 o'clock advisory comes, because we're not going to get another one until 5 a.m.
Right.
Are we going to see much of a difference at 11 p.m.? Like, are we going to see a big difference? Because we didn't see that much.
No.
It gradually
5 to 8, there wasn't that much.
Not that much, but do we see a jump up at 11 o'clock? Because it'll be interesting to see what kind of adjustments there, because once 5 a.m., you guys will be back tomorrow morning. You'll be done at midnight. Then when you come back tomorrow morning, very interesting to see how this storm changes, because we've seen it. I mean, we've seen it grow up before our eyes today, from Hurricane 1 to Hurricane 2, and now it looks like Hurricane 3 with a possibility of it being a Category 4.
It's definitely strengthening, because if you look at the radar and you look at the satellite imagery, there's an eye now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very small one, but there is a defined eye with this storm. So, and it's not unexpected that this was going to continue to intensify. There's just nothing stopping it. It's sitting over this really warm water in the Gulf, and there's just nothing preventing it from continuing to strengthen just at the speed that it's moving, and the amount of time it has before it hits land. That's the only thing potentially preventing this thing from becoming an even worse storm.
And also where it's going to hit, like right in that Big Bend area, there's nowhere else for the water to go. And if it had hit the East Coast, then the water can kind of spread out more, and it won't be as much of an impact. But that storm surge coming up right there, where all the water is just being pushed right up, it's going to be pretty devastating.
Yeah, and it sounds like the track is generally the same. We'll see if there's any kind of wobble. I didn't see any on this latest advisory, the 8 p.m. advisory, but we'll see if there's anything that we might notice coming up here with the 11 p.m. advisory in a few hours. But for the most part, it's maintaining its general direction, a little bit bringing Tallahassee a little bit more into play. So obviously, if you're in the Tallahassee area, you want to stay vigilant and be prepared for what could be a rough day tomorrow. If you're in the Tampa Bay area, it's really all about, tonight, the overnight hours, when you're going to have these bands of severe storms make their way through the region. You're going to have some of that storm surge really start to kick up, not to the extent we're going to see in the Big Bend area with potential storm surge of 10 to 15 feet. But you're going to have a couple of feet along with the high tide. And then, again, another reminder for the Tampa Bay area, it's not just the high tide that you're going to experience late tonight. It's also going to be tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow, too. And it might seem like things are looking good, and then all of a sudden that high tide hits, and you could have a storm surge even when it looks like it's clear.
I tell you what, down in Key West, they're getting some of the outer bands still from this storm. Some of the waves that have been crashing up along the southernmost point of the state, pretty significant waves. There's Indian Rocks Beach we're seeing now, some of the water coming in just a little bit. So you're starting to see, again, the surge, not at the level we're going to see in the Tampa Bay area, but you're starting to see some of it. And down in Key West, you're seeing why there's such concern, especially when you get closer to the center of the storm, because it's kicking those waves up pretty good.
Yeah, and I got a lot of friends that live down there in the Key West area. So this is nothing. We talk about kind of this is old hat. Everybody that I know down there, they understand, they prepare early and often, they understand what's going on. And certain situations like that, I've touched base with some of my friends. Everybody said they're doing good. And
yeah,
it's weird to say that they're kind of used to it, but I think if you're a lifer and you live down there, you kind of understand that, regardless of all the directions that hurricanes can go, tropical storms, Key West usually gets some brunt of it in some capacity.
I mean, how many over the past couple of years, how many close calls does the Tampa Bay area have?
Yeah.
And then, you mix in a tropical storm that hit the area, and it's been one thing after another. And it looks like there's going to be another storm that isn't going to be a direct hit on the Tampa Bay area. So that part of the state looking out once again, although, again, with the storm surge that we're going to see, there are certain parts, you get along those barrier islands and you get along Bay Shore and stuff like that. I mean, you just don't know how much the water is going to rise and how much it's going to come in. So it's definitely a good idea to, wherever you're at right now, just ride it out tonight, and then we'll see where things are tomorrow. But this is going to hit a part of the state that hasn't experienced anything quite like this in a long, long, long time. But the one silver lining, it sounds like we're hearing on a pretty consistent basis today from the different state and local officials that we talk to, is that Hurricane Ian and those images of Fort Myers and the flooding, I think they are activating people this time around.
Yes, people are seeing that. It's, it just happened last year. So people are it's fresh in their minds, and they're like, okay, this is coming for us and we better get out.
Exactly. All right. We've got a lot more still to come here on our Operation Stormwatch Hurricane Idalia coverage. Again, we're live in Sarasota, live in Tampa, and live in Tallahassee, and we'll continue to bring you the latest with our entire team. We'll have updates from Tampa and Tallahassee in just a bit, and we'll check in once again with our Max Defender 8 meteorologist in just a few minutes right here, again, on Operation Stormwatch.
This is an FNN News Alert. Hurricane Idalia, now a Category 2 storm. Life-threatening storm surge and hurricane conditions expected to affect portions of the Gulf Coast of Florida tonight and Wednesday. The storm about 195 miles southwest of Tampa, about 300 miles south of Tallahassee, with maximum sustained winds at 100 miles per hour, moving north at 16 miles per hour. A storm surge warning in effect for Inglewood northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. A hurricane warning in effect for middle of Longboat Key northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay, and a tropical storm warning in effect for the Dry Tortugas, Chokoloskee, northward to the middle of Longboat Key, west of Indian Pass to Mexico Beach, and the Sebastian Inlet to South Santee River, South Carolina. National Hurricane Center Deputy Director Jamie Rome has a message for residents.
There is no more time to monitor and hope for this system. If you're in this impacted area, you will not have tomorrow to finalize your preparations. You have to do it this evening.
FEMA is already deploying resources. This has been an FNN News Alert. I'm Kimba Tyler.
Response to International Diamond Center's Summer of Savings event has been incredible, but this is it, the final days. You have until August 31st to take advantage of the year's most attractive offer. Get IDC's amazing value price and spread your payments over 3 years with zero interest. And as a special bonus, IDC will even cover your first 2 payments. It's incredible, and everything's included. GIA certified diamonds, all shapes, all sizes, thousands of engagement rings, designer jewelry, colored gemstones, pendants, bands, bracelets. It's our largest selection ever. Or if you prefer, you can get an instant 20% savings on all wedding bands during this incredible event. Take an amazing 20% off any wedding band. But there's just one catch. This spectacular Summer of Savings event ends August 31st at 6 p.m. and will not be extended. So hurry, pick any item, take advantage of 3 years zero interest financing, and let IDC even cover your first 2 payments. Now through the end of August only, and only at International Diamond Center in Tampa, Clearwater, Lakeland, and now in Sarasota. Unapproved credit. Some product restrictions apply. See store for details.
Mike Lester believes a good financial advisor helps you map out a plan for each step of your retirement without taking a commission.
Hi, it's Clay Travis along with Buck Sexton. As the founder of Talon Wealth, Mike's on a mission to help retirees protect and grow their nest eggs, and he's ready to prove it with Talon's Satisfaction Guarantee.
It's pretty simple. For any new client that hires Talon to actively manage their portfolio, if you aren't satisfied after 1 year for any reason, Talon will refund 100% of your advisor fees.
Yep, for any new client that hires Talon to actively manage their portfolio, if you aren't satisfied for any reason at all after 1 year, Talon will refund your advisor fees.
Call 813-755-5000. That's 813-755-5000, or visit guardingyournestegg.com.
Advisory services through Talon Private Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Clay Travis and Buck Sexton were compensated for this message and are not clients of Talon Private Wealth, LLC. Florida license D056341.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio from Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor your credit, only a little personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password.
Are you any kind of a victim?
LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to LifeLock.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
The all-new Ringling, non-stop fun for everyone. Be amazed by superhuman performers at the greatest show on earth. Tickets on sale now. Coming to Amalie Arena, January 5th through 7th. Visit Ringling.com for show details.
Hi, Andrew Duncan, CEO, owner, and host of the Duncan Duo Real Estate Show on WFLA. Looking to get your home sold for top dollar? Our team's experience, local knowledge, and proprietary video tech allow us to guarantee your home sold in 14 days. Conservative in our views and aggressive in our marketing. Visit us at DuncanDuo.com.
You never see it coming, and you're never ready. But whenever you or your family get hurt in an auto accident, you know who to call. Call 1-800-BERNETTI. We're ready.
Offices Tampa, Lakeland, Clearwater, Sarasota.
I'm Rick Stroud, Bucks reporter for the Tampa Bay Times.
And I'm Joey Knight. I also cover the Bucks for the Times.
What does the next football season have in store for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Find out in the exclusive Bucks preview section in the Tampa Bay Times on Sunday, September 10th.
News Radio WFLA. Not just for emergency use only.
iHeartRadio goes one-on-one with Steven Tyler from Aerosmith to find out how he got his start in music and songwriting.
It was a song called Moving Out. It was a magic moment. I mean, all I'd ever asked for, I didn't know as a young kid. All I kept saying was, I just want to get my foot in the door. And once I got my foot in the door, I knew it would be all over. At least I had hopes. And we made it happen. And the rest is history.
Keep listening to iHeartRadio for more of Aerosmith and all your favorite artists.
WFLA Tampa. WXTV HD2 Clearwater. Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Continuing now with our live Operation Stormwatch coverage of Hurricane Idalia, presented by New South Windows and Doors. I'm your host, Ryan Gorman, with Dana McKay and Jay Retcher, and we have our entire team with the latest on everything happening across the state of Florida. We are live in Sarasota, in Tampa, and in Tallahassee.
In Tampa on News Radio WFLA, 95.3 WDAE, Mix 100.7, US 103.5, 93.3 FLZ, 98 Rock, 95.7 The Beat, Axion 1250 AM, Roomba 106.5 FM, and in Tallahassee on 100.7 WFLA, 94.9 TNT, X 101.5, 96.5 The Spear, 105.3 The Beat, and 107.1 Kiss FM, and in Sarasota on 92.1 FM, 103.1 CTQ, and 107.9 WSRZ. Also, you can listen anywhere on the free iHeartRadio app. Just look for News Radio WFLA. You can also tell Alexa or Siri to play News Radio WFLA on iHeartRadio. And our text line is open if you have questions, concerns about the storm. You can text us at 82945. Be sure to start your text with WFLA. That's 82945, and start your text with WFLA.
All right, and taking a look at where things stand with Hurricane Idalia. It's a Category 2 storm. Right now, maximum sustained winds at 105 miles per hour. There's no question. I mean, you just take a look at the satellite imagery. No doubt about it, the storm continues to get stronger. There is a well-defined eye now that we can see. And looking at the radar, if you're in the Sarasota area, you definitely have some storms headed your way. You're probably already experiencing some rain right now. There's some rain all the way from Largo down to the Northport area, but some more significant storms from some of the outer bands of Hurricane Idalia starting now to make their way onshore, and that's why a tornado watch went into effect that covers pretty much everywhere from down in that Northport area all the way up into the Big Bend part of the state, covering a significant amount of the state all the way inland into Polk County, and then up covering all the Tampa Bay area counties along with Hernando County, Citrus County, and beyond. So a very large tornado watch in effect until I believe that's 8 a.m.
Until 8 a.m., yes. And, I mean, yeah, it is a very long tornado watch. And, of course, we talked earlier about the difference between the tornado watch and the tornado warning. The tornado watch means that the conditions are conducive to producing a tornado. A tornado warning is when there is actually a funnel cloud. There is a tornado in the area. And, of course, we will update you if any of those, if that tornado watch turns into a tornado warning in a specific area.
There were some reports that off the coast of the Northport area, Venice, that general vicinity, there were some reports that off the coast, and it was pretty far off the coast. This isn't like, right along the coastline, but there were some reports of potential water spouts and things like that. So now that you're starting to see that kind of activity, that's why a watch like that goes out, because as these bands make their way through the state, that's where you have the potential to see tornadoes. And we're going to talk to our Max Defender 8 meteorologist coming up here in just a moment, and we'll get the latest on the forecast for the storm. And now that we do have some of these bands making their way through Sarasota and in the Tampa Bay area as well, we'll get a sense of the timing. So let's go to the hotline and bring in Max Defender 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry. Rebecca, it's great to talk to you. And the one thing that's really standing out to me at the moment is now we have ourselves an eye with Hurricane Idalia.
Yes, we finally got a nice looking eye with Hurricane Idalia. And so moving forward, we do expect that intensification to continue. It'll be interesting if it has time to go through an eye wall replacement cycle, which sometimes temporarily weakens it before really ramping up that strength. But this storm's moving so fast, I think it would struggle with something like that. And also the fact that it's getting over such warm sea surface temperatures, it might not even need to go through that process for us to see that next jump in intensity. We did see the lower minimum central pressure with the Hurricane Hunter, and that intermediate advisory at 8 p.m. dropped it down around 10 millibars. And so we'll certainly see the winds pick up right after that.
And these bands that are now making their way more inland along the coast, you've got them all the way down from Northport through Sarasota and up slowly to the St. Pete area. What are we watching for from these outer bands of the storm?
And so we've seen a couple of couplets there. That's areas of rotation, most likely waterspouts. And so we're watching to see if those couplets survive as they get closer to the coastline. I'm sure you guys are aware that just a few moments ago, the entire area was put under a tornado watch. We like to refer to our favorite graphic to explain the watch and the warning, which is the cupcake watch versus the cupcake warning. Watch means you have all the ingredients. You've got your flour, you've got your sugar, or in your case, we've got a band of rain that's moving through that has a lot of rotation with it. But the warning is when the cupcake is actually baked. So the warning is when we see a rotation on the radar and you need to take action. So the watch will be issued for a broad area, like our entire area, for a longer period of time, whereas watches will be more immediate, probably not exceeding 20 minutes. And the Max Defender 8 radar is really advantageous on nights like tonight because tornadoes are more deadly in the south. Most of the time they move through at night. We don't have basements. We don't have tornado sirens. And so a lot of times tornadoes, especially fast-moving systems like we expect tonight, move through so quickly. But Max Defender 8 is instant. We can get an instant read on where it is. We're not using radar data that's 3 to 5 minutes old. And so that's the advantage of that. And so I would urge you to potentially, if you don't have a good radar app or if you don't have a good way to get warnings to alert you or wake you up in the middle of the night, the Max Defender 8 app, it's the same radar that we use. You can have that radar at the palm of your hand on your phone, and it is instant. And you can also configure the alerts that if there was a tornado warning issued, it would alert you.
I was going to say I was kind of hungry going into this conversation, and now I could go for a cupcake. Not a cupcake of the tornado style, but an actual.
Well, I don't want to break it to you that I'm actually on my dinner break and I'm eating shrimp that my husband cooked and peeled for me.
Well, at least one of us is eating. All right, so. Yeah. Let's talk about the time. It looks like with this band that's making its way up the coast now, that period of non-activity for the most part in the Tampa Bay area, that's about to be over for quite some time, right?
Yes, and so it's about to really pick up and really get dicey out there for a lot of our coastal areas in terms of thunderstorms. The possibility of a couple of tornadoes is imminent this evening. That's just, unfortunately, we're getting into the thick of things with the storm. Our expected impacts have improved significantly. It's not nearly as bad as we thought it was going to be storm surge wise. We've downgraded our winds from hurricane force to tropical storm gusts. But we still have to get by. This hurricane's still scraping us, and we're going to feel it in the next couple of hours for sure.
And when it comes to the storm surge, you said it's been downgraded, but how many feet is it going to be, and when is that impact going to be the greatest?
And so what we saw is nearly every county stepped down a category, and the categories were 1 to 2 feet was the least, and then it was 3 to 5 feet, and then there was a 4 to 8 foot range, and then 9 foot and above. And when we first started out, and we thought this was going to track a little bit closer to us, we were showing 9 foot storm surges in Citrus and Hernando County, sometimes extending past Highway 19. Now, only the northwestern corner of Citrus County is still showing that level of storm surge possibility. And it's because of the coastline curve there, the way that it's shaped, and with the onshore winds as the storm starts to lift out. That's why that one particular area, in addition to it being low-lying, is particularly vulnerable and still in that category. And so generally now we're expecting 4 to 8 foot storm surge for the southern Citrus County, Hernando County. Pasco stepped down to 3 to 5 feet, and even Pinellas there's a lot of 1 to 2 feet, and then the hot spots along the coastline are 3 to 5 feet, and there's almost no extra storm surge beyond 1 to 2 feet in Hillsborough County. And so we're still going to see high tide flooding, especially at the usual suspects. Water's going to come over Bayshore Boulevard tomorrow at time of high tide, that sort of thing. But we're not seeing that really, really storm-defining storm surge in Citrus and Hernando counties, except in that isolated area. This timing has stayed the same. You're not going to see storm surge flooding until the eye passes you and the winds turn and become onshore. And so that will happen early this morning. Think 4, 5, 6 a.m. for our southern counties and 6, 7, 8 a.m. for our northern counties.
Well, that's some pretty good news for the Tampa Bay area. Now, finally, before we wrap up here, Tallahassee, for those listening in that part of the state, what does their timeline look like? And has anything changed in terms of the track?
So not much has changed in terms of the track. The new track update comes out at 11 p.m. I still think it needs to shift a little bit further west just based on what the spaghetti forecast models are showing, but the National Hurricane Center is intentionally conservative with that. That way they're not shifting back and forth, the windshield wiper effect they call it, but I do expect it will shift a little bit further to the west. What Tallahassee has to worry about is if it landfalls on the western side of Tallahassee. Right now it's landfalling on the eastern side of Tallahassee, and that's always the weaker side. It doesn't bring as much storm surge, not that that would have been a concern for them. It doesn't bring as much tornadoes on the eastern side. So the only trouble for Tallahassee would be if it continues to shift west so much so that it put them on the dirty side of the storm, so to speak, where the eye was going to pass to the west of Tallahassee, and they would get the stronger winds. They would get the better possibility for tornadoes. But I think you're in for a nasty day in Tallahassee. I think you're in for power outages and downed trees and a lot of cleanup of messy yards next week.
All right, Max Defender 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry. We'll let you get back to your dinner, Rebecca. Thanks so much for taking a few minutes to come on and share all of that information with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
All right, and so that sounded like more good news, again, for the Tampa Bay area in terms of the storm surge totals now shifting down a bit, including up in Citrus County and Hernando County, where there was some significant concern just because that northern part of the Tampa Bay area, that's where we had seen some pretty alarming, not to the extent that we're going to see in the Big Bend area in terms of storm surge, but for our region, they had the highest totals that were projected, but now that's all coming down a bit. Unfortunately, story still a little too early to tell for Tallahassee, so we'll continue to monitor the storm. We'll have a better idea, I think, in the 11 o'clock advisory as to where things stand with the track of the storm, like Rebecca just said. Let me bring in Operation Stormwatch anchor Gordon Bird now with a bit more on what's happening in Tampa.
Well, yes, I suspect they mentioned this as well, but we also now have a tornado watch posted for 22 Florida counties, and those include just about every county in the Tampa Bay area, and that runs until 6 tomorrow morning. Clearwater just put out a notice to its residents about storm surge flooding and warning that it could come after the storm has passed, but this is certainly good news for them. Authorities, of course, have been telling people to stay off the streets since dark. They wrapped up the process of evacuation and sheltering. Pasco County telling people to remain off the streets, and evacuations have been ordered even for prison inmates, as the State Department of Corrections has moved about 4,000 of them from 35 facilities around the state, including a couple of transition houses in Tarpon Springs and Bartow.
I'm glad you did the math, because I saw that tornado watch was in a large portion of the state, but I was a little too tired to count all the counties. So 22 counties under a tornado watch, and that's mainly because you're seeing these outer bands start to make their way onshore, working their way up from the Fort Myers, Sarasota area, and that's where you can see some of that tornadic activity in those outer bands. And I think they are seeing, as Rebecca Berry just said, some potential water spouts offshore, and you just don't know if they're going to last and make it onshore, or if new ones will pop up.
One thing to keep in mind as well, as the forecast improves for the Tampa Bay area, we're seeing some reopenings going on. Sarasota plans to reopen its city offices around 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and Advent Health is planning to reopen some of its Hillsborough facilities at about the same time.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's incredible what we're seeing. Again, there's going to be some nasty weather making its way through the Tampa Bay area overnight, but certainly a much different story than what we were worried about the other day for that part of the state. Things have changed quite a bit with this latest track. All right, Gordon Bird, Operation Stormwatch anchor, with us for an update on what's happening in the Tampa Bay area. Thanks so much, Gordon. Appreciate it. So you got to say, again, I mean, this was Hurricane Irma. There was real concern that was going to be the big one to hit the Tampa Bay area. Didn't quite do that. Then you had Hurricane Ian. There was big concern that was going to be the one that took that turn to Fort Myers. And then obviously with this one, with Hurricane Idalia, there was real concern that this one could make its way to the Tampa Bay area. And now it looks like it's going to be, aside from some gusty winds and some bands coming through. Obviously, got to stay vigilant about any potential tornado. We're in a tornado watch. So that's important to keep in mind, especially like Rebecca said, those overnight hours, tornadoes pop up, people are sleeping. I mean, that's a concern, but overall, pretty good situation for Tampa right now.
Yes, and it's interesting too because you just mentioned all I storms, Ian, Idalia, Irma. The I storms are most likely to be retired. There are 14 I storms that have been retired over time, and for some reason, it must just be the way the list goes and what the conditions are at the time when those I storms form that makes them some of the most deadly.
Right, and for me personally, it's now 2 vacations that have been canceled due to storms potentially hitting the Tampa Bay area, and both times they didn't hit Tampa Bay. So as long as I'm taken off of my vacation to do hurricane duty, the Tampa Bay area appears to be in the clear. That's becoming a real trend. Now, for an area of the state where things are still pretty dicey and it's still a little too early to tell exactly how bad it's going to get, let's bring in Operation Stormwatch anchor Al Lewis for an update on Tallahassee.
Yeah, the National Weather Service in Tallahassee has been using very strong language when describing Hurricane Idalia. One meteorologist this afternoon I heard describe the damage from Idalia could surpass that of Hurricanes Michael, Hermine, and Kate. So that's a lot. Those were pretty severe storms, for sure. Trying to get in contact with officials there. I got very, very busy people in Leon County, in Taylor County, Madison, Jefferson, Wakulla counties, all surrounding Tallahassee. They have very little time to do anything. Nobody even could get onto a phone call to talk to us. That's how busy they are there. I don't think they've ever seen anything like this because there's not been a hurricane that's gone through Appalachia Bay, and that's a big deal. They've never seen this. They don't know what to do. So
it's a bit of a scramble.
Well, and we just started talking about Tallahassee earlier today.
Of 970 WFLA. Hurricane Idalia has arrived. Count on Operation Stormwatch. Stay alert for important weather updates on this station and on iHeartRadio around the clock. With experts from News Radio WFLA and Max Defender 8. Operation Stormwatch coverage is also online at WFLAnews.com. Thanks to New South Window Solutions.
Life is about being active. Whether it's about going on your daily tasks or exercising, you know you're well when you're regularly active. But what happens when being active actually hurts by the end of the day? This is the position I found myself in a number of years ago. Everything I wanted to do in my daily life, all of the activity it called for, was held captive to almost constant nagging pain. When I heard about Relief Factor, I was skeptical, but my wife said, give it a chance. Not long after I took it, I could feel the pain begin to melt away, and I've been taking it ever since. And I can tell you that Relief Factor has helped me get my life back. I love that it's not a drug, but it was developed by doctors, and about 70% of the people who try it go on to order more. Your first step to becoming pain-free just might be ordering a 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF, 800-4-RELIEF, or ReliefFactor.com. Find out all about this offer and feel the difference.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. As we work to restore power to affected areas, we'll work just as hard to keep you informed. You can get the most up-to-date information on estimated power restoration times by visiting our website, fpl.com, or with the FPL mobile app. You can also check your local media for specific reports on our progress in assessing and repairing damage to the electrical system in your area. We understand how hard it is to be without power, and we're committed to working nonstop until everyone is completely restored. Until then, we ask for your patience as our crews, along with assisting workers from out of state, continue to help bring life back to normal. For restoration updates, visit FPL.com or download the FPL mobile app by texting the word app to myFPL. That's APP to 69375.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss, even when you monitor your credit. If your identity is stolen, your dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Check your homeowner's insurance and ensure that you're covered before the next storm hits. Italiano Insurance can help give you that peace of mind. Remember, flood insurance doesn't take effect until 30 days after it's purchased. And now is the time to make sure your family is fully protected. Call 813-877-7799 or visit ItalianoInsurance.com today. Italiano Insurance, serving the community for over 60 years.
Quitting tobacco isn't easy. In all honesty, it's a very hard thing to do. The good news is Tobacco Free Florida is here to help you quit your way. When you call Tobacco Free Florida's phone quit service at 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW, you'll connect to a quit coach who will help you assess your addiction. You may also qualify for free nicotine patches or gum. So call us at 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW to double your chances of success. No judgments, just help.
It'll never happen to me. I'll never need help. That's what every boater thinks. But then one day, you do need help, and you have no way of getting it because you thought having an emergency locator beacon was unnecessary. You're wrong. Emergency locator beacons are effective, affordable, and they save lives. Seriously. If not for you, do it for them.
Learn more about emergency locator beacons at myfwc.com. Brought to you by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
Hi, Bobby Maggie here. You've heard me talk about your retirement tax bill and how devastating and expensive it can be, but it doesn't have to be that way. Just attend one of our free 3-in-1 seminars. We'll cover estate planning, tax planning, and Social Security planning. You'll learn how to lower your tax bill, maximize your Social Security benefits, and more. Visit MaggieTax.com today, click on seminars, and register right there. Attending our seminars will cost you nothing. Not attending them could cost you tens of thousands of dollars. Register today at MaggieTax.com. That's MaggieTax.com.
World-renowned Dr. Bonatti created the Bonatti Spine procedures to minimize surgery scarring and recovery. 75,000 procedures have resulted in 98.75% satisfaction. Over half our patients suffer from failed surgeries at other facilities. Visit AskBonatti.com.
Hey, Tampa Bay, Katie here for Lincoln Lending. Join Frank Cotto for the Business Happy Hour every Sunday morning from 5 to 6 a.m. and check out the greatest rates on a refinance or home equity loan at 813mortgage.com. That's 813mortgage.com.
Tampa Bay, if you're a real estate fan, then tune in every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. for Real Estate All-Stars. Each week, you'll hear from the best of the best agents in the Tampa Bay area. Should you sell, buy, or stay, be in the know with Real Estate All-Stars. Saturday at 8 a.m.
Keep your hands on the wheel, eyes on the road, and ears on News Radio WFLA.
iHeartRadio goes one-on-one with Adam from Maroon 5, talking about playing shows in Indonesia.
It was so much fun, and we had one of our best concerts ever there, so it was a blast. The fans were crazy. I mean, it was one of the most amazing shows we've ever played. It was just totally wild and amazing throughout the whole thing. We'll definitely be back there.
Keep listening to iHeartRadio for more from your favorite artists.
WFLA Tampa, WXTV HD2 Clearwater. Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
It is Big Rig. It is Aaron Jacobson, John Momola. Operation Stormwatch Central here as we continue to keep you in tune with everything that is happening this morning, all the way from Tallahassee, all the way down literally through Fort Myers, because, again, they've been getting squall line after squall line. It's been crazy. So just a short bit ago, Governor DeSantis joined our sister station in Tallahassee, 100.7 WFLA, and he was asked about how soon recovery teams are going to be entering following landfall and the storm up to our north.
So basically, it's once the winds die down enough to where we can send rescue personnel, where you can have power workers work on restoring power, they will do it as soon as that happens. And so that's just got to get down to an acceptable level. In terms of if you're in a shelter, in terms of returning to your property to inspect, that's going to be something that your local officials will tell you when the all clear is on that. And the reason is just some of these roads may not be passable. There may be work that needs to be done. So that'll just be something that you'll have to talk to your local officials about. But as soon as the winds die down enough, we are going to have search and rescue. We are going to have power restoration efforts. All that stuff is going to start, and we're going to see it through to the end.
Is the best way for people to get assistance to use just the 911 or the VHF channel 16, or are there other outlets that you would recommend people calling if they find they need emergency help?
Well, that's the best way. If you are in an emergency situation, that is the best way. But please do not use those if you're not in an emergency situation. If you just have questions or anything like that, all that stuff will happen in due time. But that's if it's you're in distress, you're in an emergency situation, that's the way to do it.
Whenever the governor or somebody says something like that, we want emergency questions. It's like, do people, hey, listen, can I call Uber and get like a 6-pack? Are we at that point yet? Is that a possibility? You just want, what kind of calls? There's got to be a best of compilation of calls that come into the centers like that. And it's got to be bewildering, some of the things that they hear sometimes.
I can't even imagine. I would like to hear that compilation. But listen, when you're dealing with a natural disaster like this, I guess everyone has to hit on all the angles. They have all the questions.
Sadly, that's why we have warning labels, because someone's already done it. Here we are. So here's your 8 a.m. advisory on Idalia. So here's the deal. It's 120 mile per hour wind still. That's maximum sustained 25 miles out from the center. You have the tropical storm force winds 175 miles out. Those winds are anywhere from 39 to 73 miles per hour. Again, those can be gusts. The sustained part is usually around 39. It is moving northeast at 18 miles per hour. It'll be interesting here when we hear from our friends at News Channel 8 in a few minutes. Because like I said, what we saw was the eye reappeared again right after the storm made landfall, which kind of weird from everything we've heard and everything I've ever seen. Once it hits landfall, you don't normally see that kind of thing happen, but it looks like it did here. So, but I can tell you this, we've been watching video footage from Tallahassee. It looks like mild tropical storm force winds there. They've had some downpours, but around Steinhatchee, they have had significant storm surge there. One of the dock areas near one of the parks and the boat ramps, it's come in and really pushed in around Cedar Key. They were showing it earlier, just really flooding up in through all the inlets and avenues that it could possibly go. Anywhere the water wants to go right now, it's going.
I saw Eric Webb, and we were talking about Eric Webb from he's a meteorologist, part of UNCC and NCSU. We were just talking a little bit earlier about how unpredictable the eye is and that eye wall and that replacement cycle. And he was just talking about this as well on Twitter, that it is sometimes the replacement cycles of the eye wall are the toughest to forecast. And oftentimes, even as they're already happening, it is hard to predict what they're going to do. So that's kind of what we saw when this made landfall, that replacement cycle. They're just very hard to predict.
It really is quite unusual. And this has been one of those storms. Look, we've all been through a lot of these throughout our time, and they're all different, right? How they come across the state, where they come up, how it affects the surge. I haven't seen in my almost 33 years here, the kind of storm surge we're having right now. By that, I mean the longevity of it. Yes, we've seen Bayshore flood before. That's not unusual, but it's typically up for the high tide and then it goes away. Not when it's low tide. So that's a little bit weird. Amanda Hawley joins us now from News Channel 8 WFLA as we've been talking about the storm coverage. So Amanda, we were looking at the storm after it made landfall and it looked like the eye got itself back together. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, so right as it was approaching land, it looked like the eye wall was collapsing there a little bit, and it did. Those maximum winds did come down, bringing it to a Category 3 strength at landfall. And then what we see happen when it typically is over water, and it was beginning this process of what we call an eye wall replacement cycle. So that eye wall, the inner eye wall, where those Category 4 strength winds are, what happens is it collapses into the middle and a new outer eye wall starts to develop, and then it slowly gets closer and closer to that center of the storm. Those winds pick up. After an eye wall replacement cycle, you typically see an increase in those wind speeds, but because it was just beginning that replacement cycle here near landfall, we didn't have a chance to see those increase in wind speeds. So that was great news. a 5 mile per hour difference in the wind speeds isn't going to make much of a difference. But it did look like the eye wall, collapsed a little bit there, tried to regain strength. But now that it's fully over land, it's going to weaken as it continues to move inland.
One of the things that we've noticed, too, in watching some of the coverage from some of the spots close to where the eyes come on is that, maybe it may be much tighter for the hurricane force winds around the eye than the original 25 miles, because a lot of spots doesn't look like we've been anywhere close to 100 plus mile an hour winds, which is definitely a really, really good thing, because at the end of the day, a lot of that is still just a rough guesstimation between higher altitude winds and the surface winds. So there can always be kind of that discombobulation, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. So the hurricane force winds, if you think about it, only extend outward of 25 miles from the center of the storm. The tropical storm force winds, which are 39 miles per hour up to 74 miles per hour, extend out to 175 miles from the center of the storm. So I'll say that again. Hurricane force winds, anything above 74 miles per hour, only extend out 25 miles from the center. Those tropical storm force winds, that wind field is much, much larger. So, the farther the center of the storm stayed away from our area, the less likely it was that we weren't going to get hurricane force winds. That has come to fruition. We've certainly seen some really strong gusts, though. Many of our locations along the coast have seen upwards of 55 and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. That's that brief burst of wind. So it's definitely been tropically out there, right?
Oh, yeah.
We have a hurricane off of our coastline, so we're feeling those tropical storm force conditions across our entire area, the squally weather with the rain bands moving through that do produce some of those stronger gusts. But thankfully, for our area, we're not seeing those hurricane force winds.
Yeah, and for our area, since we last talked to you about an hour ago, what's changed, if anything, and now what do we expect to see in the next coming hours, Amanda?
So the only thing that's changed at this point is we officially had landfall. At 7:45 this morning, the center of the eye moved onshore at Keaton Beach in Taylor County, that as a Category 3 storm with 125 mile per hour winds. We're going to see weakening now. It's moving fast. The forward motion of the storm is very quick for a tropical system. So it is going to make its way inland pretty quickly, holding that strength. But in general, we are going to see that weakening. We actually already saw it. It made landfall at 7:45 with 125 mile per hour sustained winds in that eye wall. And the 8 a.m. position update came in at 120 mile per hour wind. So we're going to see this weakening of the storm. But even as it moves into Georgia and off the coast of the Carolinas, we're going to see it hold that Category 1 strength and then weaken into a tropical storm.
All right, Amanda, we can't thank you enough. You guys have really helped us dial this thing in and be on top of things all throughout our coverage of Operation Stormwatch. Everything, how's it look? Is it still about status quo down there near you? Because I know you're right in downtown Tampa. You're right there on the Hillsborough River. Has the water gone down at all? Or are you pretty much just staying where it has been for the last couple of hours?
It has not gone down an inch. In fact, it continues to rise. Right now, we are at low tide, and it has only risen since the high tide around midnight. And our high tide doesn't occur our next high tide doesn't occur until for 4 more hours. So I do anticipate waters to continue to rise, even though weather conditions are going to start to improve across our area. Along the coastline, we're not out of the woods just yet. We're still looking at maybe 1 to 2 more feet of water rising from the Gulf, from the Bay, and from our rivers because of that push of wind. It's going to continue.
Awesome. Amanda Hawley from News Channel 8 WFLA. Thank you so much again, Amanda, for all your coverage. We'll talk to you again soon.
You bet.
Rig, we've been talking about Bayshore Boulevard and the flooding there. This was taken in South Tampa. This isn't Bayshore. I mean, we're looking at...
This is well in from Bayshore.
This is well in, and that's why we are looking at... Obviously, when you see Bayshore right by the water, you expect it to flood. When you see South Tampa inland like this flooding, now there's still water nearby, but that is serious.
Yeah, it's water up to mailbox bottoms. That's what you're talking about right there. So that's above waist deep water in a lot of those sections.
And that is flood zone A,
right.
Which we were telling you that was a mandatory
evacuation. And that's why you need to leave. It's like, hey, because here's the point. A lot of those houses have got water in them now. And that's the thing. No matter where you are, if you get water in your home, flip off your main circuit breaker for your house. Go to the breaker box, shut it off ASAP. Don't think that it's not a big deal. It's not up there. If the water starts moving up the drywall and gets into outlets, it can cause a short. It can cause a fire. electrocution, that's not overblown. This has happened before. That's why we talk about this kind of stuff. We're going to join Chris Trankman, who's been holding things down in the 970 WFLA newsroom. Chris, the latest for our Tampa area that you know.
Well, Big Rig, if you've taken a look outside this morning here in the Bay Area, got a first glimpse of the conditions in daylight, you're seeing a sinister-looking sky. It's gray, sometimes dark gray with those low-level clouds sliding by at a fast clip. You can tell something unusual is pushing them by at that speed. And in some areas, it's much worse. Outer bands from Idalia continue to hit the Tampa Bay region. The point here is that we are still in the effects of this hurricane. If you look at the radar, these outer bands, they look like daggers or spears, like long, thin, and pointed where they're heading. Southern Pasco is getting hit with one of these bands right now. Polk and Highlands County, including Auburndale and Winter Haven, and then St. Petersburg and Clearwater, also dealing with heavy rains and high winds right now. And as you guys talked about, this is causing flooding problems all along the coastal areas in the Tampa Bay area. Bayshore water overflowing the balustrade into the streets and into the neighborhoods. South Tampa dealing with serious problems. Areas along the intracoastal, Manatee and Sarasota counties along the barrier islands reporting water spilling into the wrong places. So in addition to the mandatory evacuation orders that continue for Zone A areas of coastal counties, there were 4 hospitals that evacuated patients. And Port Tampa Bay, where large tanker ships deliver millions of gallons of fuel to the state, seeing very high water levels thanks to Hurricane Idalia. The governor was asked about that situation, and he says the state has mobilized emergency reserves in case of gas shortages because of tanker trucks not being able to load up and make deliveries. That's one of the real unfortunate aftermaths of these hurricanes is the lack of fuel at a lot of gas stations, gas lines, people trying to get their cars filled up and whatnot. That was obviously the reason why they warned people to fill up before the storm arrived because of the potential for shortages. Hopefully the state is prepared for that and we don't see that situation. But it's obviously a threat, especially when you consider how high the water levels at Port Tampa Bay.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. You don't think about that. And I was smart enough. I made sure I had my stuff fueled up, and we didn't really see the issues where gas pumps had gone dry. And I'm hoping, because at least the gas stations around me, before we got into this, I noticed within 24 hours of everything happening, there was a fresh tanker truck there that was delivering gas and fueling up. The unfortunate part is we did have, I think, at least a dozen gas stations that did get that improper mix that contained diesel. That was Citgo stations and a few others. So naturally, they had to drain tanks to clean them. So that's taken some gas stations offline. They could definitely be hurting some people here over the next, 48 hours or beyond into what is a long Labor Day weekend when a lot of people already plan on going out of town anyway or coming here from out of town. That could definitely cause some issues headed into the weekend. Chris
Might want to
Trankman.
skip the beach this weekend.
You're right. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things like, you know what? This might be time for a staycation at home because chances are a lot of us are going to be cleaning up some messes. That's for sure. Chris Trankman, thank you so much for your hourly update, my friend. We'll talk to you again here in just a short bit. All right. For those of you that are down with us in Sarasota, we're going to get into coverage for you in a couple of minutes, kind of give you an update. There's another squall line just moving in right now. We want to go back up here and take care of business up to the north part here. As I got to tell you, this has just been a heck of a day.
Yeah.
So far, we do have landfall now. We did have an eye reappear, but we're moving in the right direction, trying to get things going here. Karen Curtis joins us to talk North Florida weather and everything else we need to know.
Yeah, so Idalia made landfall about 7:45. So the eye is passing over right in Taylor County in the Perry area at Keaton Beach. But the bad weather is going to continue on into the afternoon, and it's going to continue on through Tallahassee and then on its way into Georgia. So it's not over. And I just heard Governor DeSantis say, if you're in a shelter, you need to stay there. Don't go out until you get the all clear because some roads may be impassable. And again, this is when most of the deaths occur is after the storm, stepping in electrified puddles or driving into a puddle that ends up into be a canal and people drowning using chainsaws improperly. Just give it a rest until we can get everybody in there, search and rescue crews and the power crews can restore power. It's no need to rush right out if the eye has moved away, because it's still very, very dangerous. Now, as you were talking about the gas, we had the port of Tampa. That's where half the gas comes for the state. So there's going to be an interruption in that. But also, again, the worst weather will be this afternoon, moving north on into Georgia, and Tallahassee is getting some of this right now. Lots of brick buildings there, but also other buildings that could be affected by the winds. This is more of a wind thing because in Tallahassee, because it's moving so quickly, and it's a category 3 with 120 mile per hour winds. So really dangerous winds at this time still, even though it's over land. So be careful.
Absolutely. Karen Curtis keeping us up to date along with our entire Operation Stormwatch crew. Now, those of you down in Manatee and Sarasota counties, as it has been for several hours, most of the bridges that will take you out to the barrier islands, whether it's Longboat Key over to City Island, those have all been closed for hours because they don't want people going out, or there's water on the approaches to the bridges. Because again, the storm surge is happening all the way down as far south as Sarasota, all the way up through Tampa Bay, because the winds continue to come in from the southwest, and that's not going to change anytime soon. I'm going to hit you with the high tides again. These are the king tides that are going to be coming up this afternoon. Sarasota is going to get in on the action here first. They will have the first one at 12:16. It kind of works up there through Manatee County through about 12:30. Ballast Point, South Tampa, that area, 2:12. Bayport, 2:12, St. Pete, 1:54, and then up north towards Crystal River, 2:47. You can do the math wherever you are up along the coast. You're going to be within that funnel window of between about 12:16 and 2:47. That's when all the water we have now that is already up what you would traditionally see with a high tide and a storm surge, this is low tide. So now that's not going to go away. So this is going to affect everybody down into Sarasota, all through Manatee County throughout this afternoon.
Yeah, and we just saw footage from Perry where they are getting hit hard, and we saw the wind there, and it's on CNN. I don't know why they throw their meteorologists into that, but it is crazy what is going on there. So thinking about our neighbors to the north, as well as keeping everyone to the south of us in Sarasota, Manatee County informed, because they're not out of the woods either. And I'm looking at footage. You know, we've been telling you about Bayshore Boulevard and South Tampa. Here's the Howard Franklin Bridge.
Oh, wow.
So getting it from both sides.
That's why it's closed completely. Yeah.
That would tell us why.
That is right up to the center. You've got both lanes right to the center median where it's just the waves are crashing back and forth.
Yep.
Holy cow. And see, here's the other concerning part about that. Because with that amount of water on that bridge for so long, and it's continuously coming in, you don't just talk about erosion for dirt. You talk about erosion of the asphalt, because this isn't concrete. This is asphalt. So it peels away with enough water, just like up north. If you have to deal with potholes after a winter season with all the snow and the ice, it impacts. And then you have the hot, the cold back and forth. It gets to be a mess.
Now, one of the lanes is open. I wouldn't advise going in the lane, but look at those cars. They're trying. They're trying.
Man, I got to get to my job because I'm going to look like an overachiever today. No, listen, if your boss is telling you to drive across a bridge right now, you need to really rethink what's going on with your career.
No, I'm telling you. It was Judy earlier who called on the paper route. Her boss made her do it, according to her contract. And now we're seeing this. I'm going to take a stand for all these people. If your boss is making you go over the Howard Franklin or deliver papers, you direct message me at Jacobson on air. I'm going to take care of this for you. All right. This is my crusade.
It is. It's been really, really crazy, to be honest with you. And the thing is, everybody's done a great job, and everybody's going through something different right now. Some of you probably haven't experienced much of anything. You're like, I slept all night. I don't even know what happened. And you think that it wasn't a big deal. What's been happening overnight is we have had the surges of storms coming through. We got another one right now, just coming on around Reddington Beach, Indian Shores. Another heavy wave. It looks like winds gust on this one about 42, 45 miles an hour. Manatee, Sarasota, you're under it. You're getting a lot of lightning down there now. Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, same thing. What is, have you seen the latest update on our power numbers? We'd been fluctuating in the 20,000 range for Duke. We'd had to go up as high as 5,000 for Tico customers, which again, a drop in the bucket. I bring this up not to be down. I bring it up to be huge because we would traditionally be in the hundreds of thousands by now. So obviously, when you talk about what they've done as far as tree pruning, fortifying substations and working on everything. It's clearly done something.
Yeah, Pinellas County's taken the worst brunt of it as far as the outages, but they're improving every single minute. It is getting better, and they're fixing those problems. So that has been the one encouraging thing I've seen throughout this storm is Duke, TECO, all the power companies, they're getting to the customers and getting the power restored.
And, you know, what's even more incredible about this is the fact that how pretty much this whole thing through the overnight hours, because we've been at it since midnight, they have been working through the night to keep restoring power. Because what I had always seen in the past was everything would be good. Then you hit that 35, 40 mile an hour sustain, and then they stop and they don't go back at it and try again. Well, here it's been, okay, it's up for a minute. All right, everybody hit pause. And then the second the wind goes back down, they're right back in the buckets and they're going to town. Because, you know, the thing is, you don't want things to get ahead of you. And right now, they've definitely kept this within pace with the amount of crews that we have. We have anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 crews on the ground all over Tampa Bay. We talked to Ann earlier from TECO. They had them spaced out evenly throughout their entire coverage area. So that way there was always someone fairly close to a situation.
Yeah, it's been good to see that they're restoring power in a fast manner. Just want to remind everyone, you want to stay tuned with us here on News Radio WFLA, where however you're listening, free on the iHeartRadio app. Make sure you download that. If you're going to be going around your house, roaming around, you can always have us with you. From St. Petersburg, we're going to hear from Mayor Ken Welch coming up at 10 o'clock. From the city of Tampa, we're going to hear from Mayor Castor at around 11:30. So we got a lot coming your way in the next couple hours.
And the other big thing is, too, you know, if you want to reach out to us and let us know what's happened in your world, we have our toll-free number, 800-969-9352. If there's something in particular you think you haven't heard about in your area that we haven't mentioned that you think's important, you need to share. Let us know. I always like to hear from areas where I haven't, like Apollo Beach, those areas. We know what's been happening around West Shore. We know what's been happening around Bay Shore, but all those areas there along the Hillsborough County eastern coastline of Tampa Bay, what's happening? We've heard some stories from down in Manatee County. I know how it gets down there around Anna Maria. Again, you're pretty much surrounded by water. It doesn't take much for it to come up. So again, the toll-free number, 800-969-9352, and that puts you right into the studio here to us.
We're looking at Steenhatchee, where right where the hurricane made landfall around that area. There is a entire dock floating, taking a stroll in the storm surge, and that just tells you how powerful these storm surges are, where it can just lift up homes and docks, and you'll just see it literally going down the street.
It'll be interesting too, because sometimes after this has happened, water goes back out and things come down the coastline. Like you could be, let's say, in Crystal River, right? And the next thing you know, you're just kind of out in the water and there's a dock just floating by, or a section of whatever it could have been, a boardwalk, whatever. We've seen so much. And it'll be interesting too to find out how bad the beach erosion has been as far as Pinellas County and up and down all of our coasts and along the barrier islands, because that's always a big concern. And when you have a storm surge that lasts this long and this pounding, that's a really, really big deal, especially with all the beach renourishment projects we've had over the last few years. Here we are again. It's like, we got to go dig and dredge this up and do it all over again. Probably so in a lot of spots.
And unfortunately, that'll happen again.
Exactly. All right, we're coming up here on 8:30, just about break time. It's Big Rig, Aaron Jacobson, John Momola, Operation Stormwatch, presented by New South Windows and Doors.
Hurricane Idalia has arrived. Stay in the know with Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. On air and online on iHeartRadio. WFLAnews.com. Presented by New South Windows Solutions.
This is something I think you'll relate to when it comes to trying to lose weight. A lot of times you're doing some diet and you stall out. The weight just stops coming off. The first 10 pounds, easy to lose, but it gets way harder after that. It's Ryan Gorman here, and I know what that's like. I've been there. But with PhD weight loss and the program Dr. Ashley Lucas put together, that's just not what happens. The customized meal plan with 85% of my meals provided to me at no additional cost, the weekly one-on-one coaching with nutritionists and dietitians, it all works together. And I've been on the program for 2 months now, and I've lost weight every single week. I'm down over 26 pounds, and at the end of every day, I feel like I accomplished something because I know by sticking to this easy program, the weight loss continued, and I keep making strides towards my goal. Find out more about the program that's helping me lose weight and become so much healthier at myphdweightloss.com. Again, that's myphdweightloss.com.
You know that expression, the grass is always greener on the other side? Well, with Massey Services, it's literally true. Why? Because Massey does what the others don't. Every lawn is unique. So Massey starts with a detailed analysis and then builds a customized plan to prevent and control weeds, diseases, and harmful pests. Then they aerate to ensure water and nutrients reach the roots of your lawn. That's the Massey difference. Expect more and get it.
Bathing suit?
Check.
Suntan lotion?
Check.
Snacks?
Oh yeah, check. If you want to be prepared for a fun-filled day at the beach, you need a checklist. For a fun-filled everything else, check out your local Lexus dealer. There you'll find special offers on select Lexus Performance vehicles at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. But make sure it's first on your list because these offers end September 5th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Hi, I'm Bill, and I'm here with Chris from S&W Kitchens.
One of the things that I talk to clients about is they don't want to spend too much, but they definitely don't want to spend too little on the project.
I always ask, are you planning to live here for a while, or you just want to make it nicer to resell it? We approach that differently.
We try to offer all of the different options and accessories up front while we're talking about the project from the beginning.
Call S&W Kitchens 407-545-4901 or online snwkitchens.com.
This summer is shaping up to be one of the hottest ever, and the last thing you want is for your AC to go out on a 98-degree day. But if that happens, you don't have to freak out because my friends at Alvarez Plumbing and Air Conditioning have you covered. It's Ryan Gorman here. This is a family and veteran-owned company with 47 years of experience. They're open 24/7, day or night, with rapid response times. Alvarez Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Find them at callalvarez.com. Look, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. QC Kinetics can change your life. You can live again without that chronic joint pain and without drugs or surgery. It's Ryan Gorman here. QC Kinetics is advanced regenerative medicine. They take your body's own concentrated healing properties and they put them right into your joint to restore and repair that damaged tissue that's causing all of that horrible pain. And the patient satisfaction reports are amazing. Finally, you have a real alternative to the old ways of dealing with pain. And unlike surgery, there's no downtime with QC's treatments. If you have constant pain in your knees, hips, shoulder, or back, you need to call and get a free consultation from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Imagine this fall moving around pain-free, doing the things you love again. Call QC Kinetics and see how the latest advances in regenerative medicine can help you. They're in Bradenton, St. Pete, Lakeland, and Brandon. Call them at 813-305-3000. That's 813-305-3000.
Some moms have eyes in the back of their heads. They seem to know everything their kids are doing. But the rest of us, we need a little help. That's why Banco Overhead Doors offers LiftMaster's Smart Garage Door Opener. It has a built-in camera and two-way communication, so you can see when kids get home from school or leave for practice. It's a little like having eyes in the back of your head. This back-to-school season, bank on the best for your family's safety with the help from LiftMaster Openers and Banco Overhead Doors. Schedule today at bancodoors.com.
Have you been injured in a slip and fall? Don't accept the first offer to settle. Bernetti PA is ready to work for the compensation you deserve. You know who to call. Call 1-800-BERNETTI.
Offices Tampa, Lakeland, Clearwater, Sarasota.
WFLA Tampa. WXTB HD2 Clearwater. Now, back to News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
It is Big Rig, Aaron Jacobson, and John Momola. We're looking at Steenhatchee right now. There is a restaurant there at the docks that is now up to its roof in floodwaters as the storm surge continues to push in. It's crazy because, you think the storm surge is like a tsunami, but it's not. It's just the water starts and it eventually gets to 17 feet. And that's, you're about 10, 12 feet right about now. Wouldn't you think on that building?
Oh, yeah.
Earlier?
I mean, that is massive storm surge. And you talk about that. It is hard to imagine. Every time I see the videos for years, and I still wonder how is all that water coming in? Where is it coming from?
It's a big Gulf of Mexico, and all it takes is one big burst of wind, and man, it goes crazy. And that's exactly what we've got going on right now. We're watching Mayor Castor is on CNN doing an update. She's going to have a press conference, 2 of them today, 11:30 and then 5:30. Those both come on the back and front end of the King Tide. So we're going to head to Perry, Florida, where they've been getting a brunt of the wind after the landfall. Paul Lagrone is on the ground there right now. Paul, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
So now you were right there. What would you say the average wind you guys have had in that area? It looked like it was at least 100 miles an hour.
Oh, definitely 100 plus. And those gusts are probably, we're getting the worst of it right now as we speak, 120 plus. If I had to put a number on it, stuff is flying around, trees are snapping. The power lines are holding steady, but I don't know for how much longer. We've seen boxes flying in the air, almost hit somebody here, so you definitely have to take cover. There's a construction behind this hotel that we're at, an apartment complex with wood and lumber that's flying around.
Oh.
So things are getting bad right now, and it's one of those where all of a sudden you get with a huge gust, and it's loud, and it's strong, and it moves you. I'm about 170, 275 pounds on a good day. And if you're not careful, you'll get swept up in that, and it'll take your feet out from you. So this is the worst of it. We're in the eye wall right now, Perry passing over us, right in the heart of the Big Bend. Now, the good news is we're inland, so we're not dealing with storm surge. But, guys, I don't know if you've seen these pictures coming out of Steinhatchee yet.
Oh, yeah.
Steinhatchee's completely underwater. 15-foot, 16-foot storm surge. It's gone.
Yeah, we've been watching that. We've been seeing a dock that was completely lifted up and is floating down the street now. It's crazy. Paul, where you've been, it's kind of been the waiting game overnight. What was it like overnight with that waiting game, that anticipation leading up to landfall?
Yeah, we're sorry, I got loud in here. I didn't hear you. But, leading up to landfall, it was progressive. It was real calm. This thing is kind of developed really quickly here in terms of the landfall. It was 2 hours ago, it wasn't bad at all. And then in the last hour, it just got really bad really quickly.
And this is unbelievable. Listen, Paul, we can't thank you enough for taking time to get with us. I know you're getting pulled in a million directions right now. Stay safe, stay indoors, and we may talk to you again down the road here if you've got the time. But thank you so much for coming on with us from Perry, Florida this morning.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it, man.
Man, what a wild morning it has been. And, this is what I was talking about earlier with Steinhatchee. So Steinhatchee is a small community. It looks probably like a city of about 5,000 people. It's a very close-knit little community right there, right off the water. And as he mentioned, it is. Everything we've seen just in the last couple of minutes, they did another wide shot. Everything has water up to the base of the roof. And you can still see the current pushing and flowing in. So most of these places will be well underwater, a lot of like what we saw at Sanibel.
Yeah.
Where if you were in a home, you're either in the attic hoping that the water doesn't keep rising. We haven't seen anybody clinging to a roof or anything like that, but it is unbelievable. But everything that was thought has to the T happened with this storm.
Yeah, and you just said we haven't heard there. Thankfully we haven't seen anybody clinging to a roof.
Wow.
I'm hoping that, and it looks as if this is the case, that a lot of people took the warnings seriously, took the evacuation orders seriously, and got out of town, because we haven't seen a lot of people. As I say that, there are people in Steinhatchee on camera right now that are hanging out outside, which means they clear. Well, it looks like they're part of the weather team, but it looks like a lot of people, Rig, got out of there, which is great.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Here's the really heartbreaking part of this. If you have evacuated, now you're looking at this and you're seeing your home, submerged, or your business. That's heartbreaking. Frank Harris, who's a part of our Sarasota iHeart cluster, is joining us for a Sarasota update. So how are things down that way this morning, Frank?
It's good. It's surprising. The wind and rain, last night, wasn't as bad as I think a lot of us anticipated it would be. Obviously, in the wake of Ian last year, we expected to have a lot of wind, but it wasn't like that. But this morning, we're waking up to flooding everywhere. That's the only thing.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing we've seen, especially the barrier islands that go out that way, all the way out to City Island, up through Longboat Key. Most of the entrances, the bridges there are all still closed, so you can't get out there. And I'm sure it's going to be the same way it is up through Pinellas. They don't want anybody going home until there's an all clear, just because of the flooding. You can't drive your vehicle out there.
And there's a huge amount of, with high tide still coming in a few hours. I live in a neighborhood in Bradenton, just south of the Manatee River, called Wares Creek, and I'm at 7-foot flood stage. I'm actually one house away. I'm technically in evac A, but I'm one house away from evac B. So we always generally tend to ride it out, even when there's a mandatory evacuation. Like I said, we're at 7-foot flood stage, and we just went out and measured. We're up to 4 to 5 feet in the neighborhood.
How'd you measure that, Frank?
So at the end of the street, one of our neighbors has a small boat dock, and on the edge of the boat dock, he has like a tape. And he went out, and he was up to his chest, and he went and looked. Yeah, he's out there. He's out there in the on the dock. He swam out and stood up, and yeah.
Can you imagine?
Swam out, stood up, and went 4 feet. It's 4 feet.
Yeah.
All for science.
4 to 5
All
feet.
for science.
Well, I will say that they left. So this was what they checked right before they left. They hunkered out, and they've got water in their garage, but it's not in the house yet. And therein lies the issue, is that we've still got storm surge coming in. We experienced this last year with Ian in Northport, where it was actually the next day. And even, 72 hours out, that the worst flooding, I had actually met the National Guard down there for a broadcast story. And 72 hours, there were still houses that were getting water as all the storm surge moved up the tributaries. So people who didn't get it the day of ended up getting it the next day. So everybody's just got to really be careful over this next 24 hours.
So what about downtown Sarasota? Have you had, like, down near the Ringling Causeway, places like that, has water come up into downtown Sarasota at all?
It's funny. I've been trying to pin that down, because our main studio is actually in downtown Sarasota now, and I haven't gotten word from people there how deep it is and where the water is coming up. Most of what I'm hearing is, like you guys said, the barrier islands. I know Anna Maria Island Causeway, the Palmasola Causeway is closed. Even down in like Port Charlotte, Englewood, the beach road, the road out to Minnesota Key is closed. I believe both bridges coming from Punta Gorda to Port Charlotte are closed. A lot of these, what we consider these vital arteries to get in and out of, high density places are closed today, which is causing a lot of issues for people in Southwest Florida.
Yeah, no kidding. And, we were talking about this all night. Fort Myers and Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, everybody has been getting hit down there with the feeder bands that keep coming, and they're going to keep streaming. They were just showing it a couple of minutes ago. We had a really good live motion radar, and they're just streaming. They're like trains of rain and storms. And we're just getting live footage again of the Howard Franklin Bridge, which you got about half a lane each way, which they're closed. You cannot drive across right now, but the water is well up and over. And the next thing we're asking is, okay, with all that new construction on the Howard Franklin Bridge, how is this going to set that back? Because you're talking about erosion of asphalt and everything else. So, there's going to have to be road inspections and everything before the bridges can open up again. Same thing there.
One of the things I found amazing this storm versus some of the previous storms that we've experienced is how technology has enabled us to keep an eye on things. The one thing I've been doing over this past 24 hours, and I'm sure you guys have been too, is all the earth cams and everywhere there are cameras. So when I want to check an area all up and down Anna Maria Island, down through Siesta Key, there are so many webcams that are up 24/7 that I'm logging on like, all right, there's flooding here, there's not flooding here. And, from a technology standpoint, we've just never had the ability to do that.
No. I just took your neighbor's number, and I'm using his for measuring poles throughout the area.
He's going to be swim out.
He'll be that guy. He will be our coverage station fixture. Like, all right, has he swam out yet and taken a measurement there on the bass pole? What are we doing?
Yeah.
Because that's really Florida man way how we do things.
That's
here.
right. That's how we get it done.
Man, Frank, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
I want to thank everybody. You guys have done an incredible job. You guys are helping everybody and giving information to people that I can't. Right now, I'm waterlogged. So the fact that you guys are here to pick up the slack is incredible, and I appreciate it.
Not a worry, my friend. Always glad to help our family. That's what we do, man. Frank, we'll see you again here soon, buddy. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah,
Love it, man.
I kind of want to piggyback on that because I know you guys won't do it. Rig, you've been here coming up on 9 hours straight. John Mamola's been here on, I believe, 10 hours straight, and he's been behind the scenes getting all the interviews together, getting all the guests. So just tremendous work by you two. Hopefully you get some sleep after this. And we'll continue the coverage. Ryan Gorman and Dana will be back in a little bit. We brought up Sarasota. Downtown Sarasota. I actually have a source there. My parents live in downtown Sarasota. So I'm reaching out to them to see how it is and what's going on in that area.
All right, Chris Trankman joins us now for our latest Tampa Bay updates. Chris, welcome back to the fold. How are things with your world right now?
Yeah, obviously the Tampa Bay area dealing with lots of water. We still have the situation with the effects of the storm from the air. I mean, if you check the radar, it looks like we're being bombarded by these like green arrows, green and red arrows coming in from the outer bands of Hurricane Idalia. But the biggest problem is the water. The storm, you got three factors here. You got Hurricane Idalia, high tide, and the moon, a blue moon, in fact, causing the tides to be higher than normal, maybe by a couple of feet. And we're expecting high tide later this afternoon. So areas that are already inundated with water, it could get even worse. And, a number of communities on the coast dealing with flooding. St. Pete Beach, South Tampa, Bayshore, the barrier islands in the counties to the south. We've seen a number of the roadways there affected by the water. They've closed off the major highways in the Tampa Bay area. Obviously, you have Sunshine Skyway, the Howard Franklin, the Courtney Campbell, all shut down because of the dangerous conditions. Big Rig, you were talking about the new highway that they're trying to build right next to the Howard Franklin. And, for some folks who don't want to pay tolls, maybe this delay will be helpful for them because the new highway is going to have Lexus lanes. But if you're into the free highway, they still have to make sure that that's safe. And that's why those roads are closed down. And they don't want people on the roads. I mean, with this much water in some of these high population areas, it's extremely dangerous. And I know there's that temptation to go out and check and see what's happened because the storm took place overnight. That's exactly what they don't want people to do. And they certainly don't want people getting anywhere near the evacuation zones, which are near the coastal areas, which, of course, are dealing with all this flooding right now. Some serious issues as well. Hospitals had to be evacuated. You're talking about moving patients with serious illnesses out of, the safety of those places into remote locations for the time being. And also the Port of Tampa, where they make deliveries of fuel, dealing with higher than normal water levels. That could affect the tanker trucks that get out on the roads to refuel the gas stations. And hopefully the state and its reserves will prevent any major problems with shortages. But those are some of the effects that you have when you have this much damage and this much water coming in from the storm surge of the hurricane. And we're not through it yet. I mean, it's going to get even worse as we get closer to high tide in the afternoon.
Now, one of the things I was actually just looking at, because typically after we have a storm come through, we usually get a lot of dry air. It usually gets dragged back down in. Now, I'm guessing this forecast is still a little bit askew because tomorrow the outlook is still, the rain chance being high doesn't shock me, but we still have a factor of high winds still through tomorrow. So that's one of those things I kind of want to dig a little deeper into before we get out of here and find out if that, in fact, is factual. But, look, we're not getting a break anytime soon. This storm is not slingshotting a cold front through here. Last year we kind of had that with Ian. We got a break. We're going right back to the mid to upper 90s as we get into next week through Labor Day. And remember, we've got hurricane season through Thanksgiving. So it's not like, hey, all right, we had our storm, we're good. Anything can happen. What storm did we have after Ian last year? Was it Nicole?
There were so many storms last year.
We had like a 1-2 punch. I think Nicole came from the other side, if I'm not mistaken, because we were all just exhausted from Ian still. And then it was like, here we go again. So you never know when something's going to pop up right now. That's for sure. All right, Chris, thank you so much for being a part of it again. We'll talk to you again here shortly.
Great job, Big Rig and Aaron.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Karen Curtis joins us again as we continue to talk North Florida, the latest up there from Perry to Steinhatchee. We just saw more video from Steinhatchee, which looks even worse now because everything is up to the roof as far as the storm surge.
Yeah.
So we're at that 17-foot level now, and it continues to rise. You can still see the water pouring in. It looks like it could be 20 feet, if not more, by the time it's done. What do you have for us, the latest there in the north?
Actually, a lot, Big Rick. So Jimmy Petronas was saying that the Taylor County Emergency Operations Center lost power during the middle of this storm.
Jeez.
So
generators didn't kick in.
Yeah, so we're praying for them on that one. Also, that about noon, when the winds die down, that's when all of the search and rescue crews that are staging in Orlando will be able to go to this area that you're talking about that's basically underwater. They're going to send in Chinook helicopters, the Cobras, everything to help those people that are suffering. And he goes, Taylor County is getting beat up, and this thing can't get to Georgia fast enough. So it's heading to Georgia, but it's kind of like curly queuing around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's going to hit southern Georgia as a hurricane, and then it'll be in South Carolina Thursday morning. But wow, it hit here, made landfall 7:45 right there in Keaton Beach, and it's all underwater. Cedar Key is underwater. So remember, you have FSU is out until after Monday, till Tuesday, because you have Labor Day. So no school there. Many offices probably will be closed for the rest of the week because of this whole thing. It's really a devastating hit to the Big Bend of Florida.
Man, no kidding. It's been really, this is unprecedented for that area. You just don't see it. The last one that we had that was so big up there came on around Mexico Beach, Panama City.
Oh, that was awful.
That was horrible.
My gosh, like a bomb went off there.
It was.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling by the time we're done with Steinhatchee, you're going to see the same thing. Again, you're talking about a very small, tight niche, old school Florida community, kind of that old school Florida look. The place that you went to find old Florida when you went to, get away.
Cedar Key was so sleepy. It's like one dock,
It was.
oysters. And that's
one of
it.
the best kept
I
secrets
love
of
it.
the state. And I always loved it until this year USA Today writes it's the #1 destination. And then we have this happen. It's just like, you can't catch a break if you're us right now. You really can't. And not, woe is me. It's just unfortunate because in the world we're living in, you're looking for like a bright spot here and there. And there's always a place that's going to need your help. And that's where we pick ourselves up to help them, because this could have been any one of us and maybe be there for us next time. And that's exactly what we got to deal with. Karen, thank you so much. She's going to keep rolling through.
And Rig, you also mentioned that the November storm, it was Hurricane Nicole. You did have that correct.
Boom.
Yeah, you nailed it.
One.
Yeah. And also, yes, you got that. Good memory. And also, got an update from my father in Sarasota. I mean, when I talk about downtown, they're off Palm Avenue, right downtown. And he said, overnight they heard some whipping and they got some rain. And then this morning he saw some of the flooding. It hasn't made its way too far inland, so much so where he works at Publix, they've already opened today. So he's working there today.
So we just got this in from News Channel 8. So first responders are now reporting there are areas of US 19 in Hernando County that are now no longer accessible because of floodwaters. That's 19. Think about that for just a minute, how far we're talking in, and now you've got that going on.
Yep.
I can only imagine it's probably a matter of time before we hear the same thing on I-10. There's going to be some flooding issues. There always are. Anytime there's a storm that goes up that way, just because of the amount of rainfall they've got, number one. But there are aspects of I-10 that do factor into storm surge just because the tributaries run up to that. So it's probably going to be up and over there too. But we haven't gotten that word just yet.
We talked a little earlier with Pasco County Sheriff Chris Nacco. Just saw Pasco County put out saying they're urging you to shelter in place, stay home, stay in your shelter, stay off the roads, because the surge is continuing and they expect it, and we all expect it, into the afternoon. So just keep that in mind. And we talked about the Riverwalk being flooded earlier. I don't know if you've seen these pictures. We're starting to see the Riverwalk being really,
wow. Okay, that's not just flooded. That's like, okay, that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. So there is
right up to the hotel right there to the first balcony.
Yep. There's serious surge flooding going on right now in the downtown Tampa area.
Keep in mind, our next big tides do not hit downtown until the 1 o'clock hour. Starts in Sarasota afternoon, then it goes up to 2:15 for like Bayonet Point, those areas, all the way up to 2:47 in Crystal River. So that whole 2+ hour span with the wind that we've still got pushing it in. Now we're seeing Bayshore Boulevard right now. It looks like we have lost about a foot on Bayshore, because now where he is, at least in the road, you can see he's at ankles. Now an hour ago, he was at his waist. So we have lost some of the water receding back into the bay. So that's good news.
Now think about it. That is good news. But this storm was 125 miles off the coast of Tampa Bay.
We didn't even come close
and look at that.
To the hurricane force winds. And this is how much it pushed in. And you're right. That's the thing that you just don't think of. You think, all right, we're all good. We're in the clear. But the way that it came up, and keep in mind, this bad boy blew by us. Can you imagine if this was moving along at 8 miles an hour like it was in the beginning?
Yep. And not only that, I mean, when I talk about 125 miles off the coast, imagine if it's not off the coast. Imagine if that's right here. And this is the damage we're seeing from that off the coast. If we have an event like that where it's right up on us, we're underwater. Everything downtown is underwater.
Now, the good news is they were just showing Tampa General just a short bit ago. Tampa General is still above water. There's no flooding there. That's good. They have huge fortifying steps to keep things safe there for patients, backup generators galore to make sure everything is on point because, not everybody can be evacuated out of these situations. So, Tampa General always has done things right to make sure things are good and that people are protected, especially when they're at their most vulnerable, being in there for whatever reason they may be. We're coming up here on 9 o'clock. We'll be turning things back over to Ryan in just a couple of minutes. He and Dana are going to move in. They will continue our coverage into the day today. Ken Welch, mayor of St. Pete, 10 a.m. We have actually he's doing a conference with everybody. It's a press conference. And then Mayor Castor at 11:30 and again at 5:30. And those are on the back and the front side of the high tide, the king tide today, which is going to see us just like we are right now for Bayshore. West Shore, again, we had those reports for some residents in West Shore that said that they had water coming up either to their doorstep or just entering their homes. But we've had that up and down the coast, Pasco County, Hudson, right there. It's been crazy, and people just thought, it's moving so far west. What's the big deal? How bad can it be? Well, now you know.
Yep, now we know. And once again, if it could have been a lot worse, if it's closer, we're talking about a lot more damage. I hope people look at this and see this in the future and realize we're not impervious. It could happen. Eventually, it will happen. How are we preparing for it, and how are we going to keep ourselves safe? It's really dangerous stuff.
So we were just seeing some more live footage from Perry where the winds look like they're still at least above 100 miles per hour, where every palm trees are just bending. I mean, this is when, if you drive through a neighborhood in Tampa, right, and you see that palm tree that goes straight for about 15 feet, and then all of a sudden it makes a complete hook, like left for 5 feet and then goes up. Those are the trees that were a baby when a storm came through and bent it over, and then it started to eventually grow straight back. You see things like that, and you're like, that's history. That is storm that come through, and who knows how long ago that was.
Yeah.
Like we talked about, some people are saying the city of Tampa hasn't taken a direct hit in over a century. Now we did have one in the 60s, but again, I don't think we're not talking a major hurricane. We're talking about tropical storm / hurricane, not the kind of power we've had now, the devastating type of storm surge we're having now. So yeah, you look at things, you always talk about your luck running out. And every time we see one of these, you go, because you think, there's almost us again.
You also never know what the situation is surrounding it. Now, this, of course, is happening with the supermoon. So everything kind of came together and was concocted at the worst time. Bad forces meeting and hitting each other, to create this chaos. So not every time that you get a hurricane, you're going to have a supermoon at the same time. That's why we're seeing a lot of the high levels. But you have to realize there are unknown factors that could come into every storm. Everyone is different.
And the other thing, too, is we talked about this back in the summer whenever we were like, oh, yeah, the El Nino's back. It's all good. This usually helps us out, keeps the storms out in the Atlantic, which it has done. I mean, we've had an unprecedented amount of Atlantic hurricanes that have stayed out there. But then out of nowhere, here comes this little bitty disturbance. Keep in mind, this started in the Pacific. It crossed over Central America and came right up the Yucatan Peninsula, and then just said, hello, here we are.
3 days ago, we weren't even talking about this. No. I mean, we knew about it. Right, we were aware of it, but we weren't talking about this.
Yeah, no. Again, we thought, because all the models said 1, 2, maybe. Now, logic in us as humans goes, yeah, but 91, 92 degrees, is it really going to stay that low? But everybody thought the wind shear was going to keep it torn apart, which it did. That's why it took it so long for it to add up to what it is today. Wind shear, basically oncoming winds that shaves the top of the storm off. So it cannot hit those catastrophic levels where you get tops of 68,000 plus feet. And that's a big, big deal right there.
Just want to thank you again, Rig. Last 9 hours, incredible work. Get some sleep.
Fun stuff, man. Trying to get it done, keep everybody in the loop. It's been a pleasure. Operation Stormwatch, presented by New South Windows and Doors. That's going to finish it for me. Ryan and Dana are on their way in a couple of minutes. Aaron's going to be here. John's going to be here. The coverage continues.
Hurricane Idalia has arrived. All the information you need 24/7 as Tampa Bay relies on Operation Stormwatch. WFLAnews.com and listen on the free iHeartRadio app. Presented by New South Windows Solutions.
Is your prostate secretly being destroyed without you knowing it? All the ads for these prostate pills like Super Beta Prostate, Saw Palmetto, ProstaStream, Prostagenics, and others. Want to know which pills work and which are garbage? Now you can. Get a free copy of the new guide, Prostate Secrets, that pulls back the curtain on the prostate pill industry. Learn what is really in these pills. Which pill has over 987 adverse event reports filed against it with the FDA? It's shocking. Learn the one food to avoid that is a prostate killer, and discover the 3 so-called health foods that destroy your prostate. Get your free copy at prostatesecrets.com. That's prostatesecrets.com. This free guide will show you how to end your prostate problems without drugs or surgery, 5 important things to do to protect your prostate, and much more. Warning, this guide is controversial and may be offensive to some readers as it pulls no punches. So go to prostatesecrets.com. Prostatesecrets.com. That's prostatesecrets.com.
Have you ever heard of the 5 Ps? That's right, the 5 Ps. These can be applied to most every area of your life, but it's especially true for you and your money. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and many years ago when I was a young man in the Marine Corps, I learned about the 5 Ps. Proper planning prevents poor performance. Now, you can't control what's happening with the stock market, but you can control how you plan for it. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have been helping our clients with the 5 Ps for years. We have hearts of teachers and will never complicate by using financial jargon. Our fee structure is transparent. The more you make, the more we make. The majority of our clients come from other financial advisors. Isn't it time for a second opinion to allow Trajan Wealth to help you with the 5 Ps too? Call Trajan today at 813-550-1000 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
International Diamond Center's giving you relief from rising prices with incredible offers now through the end of August. Now through the end of August, IDC is offering you 36 months zero interest financing on pre-owned Rolex watches. 3 years, zero interest. And yes, this special finance offer includes all of IDC's luxury pre-owned Rolex watches. Hundreds in stock. Nothing is excluded. Submariners, Daytonas, Datejusts, Batmans, Pepsis. IDC has all the hard-to-find Rolex models in stock. Men's and ladies' watches. These pre-owned Rolex watches are in pristine condition. Each one hand-selected and carefully inspected for quality and craftsmanship. Right now, through the end of August, you can walk away with a Rolex of your dreams and enjoy 36 months zero interest financing. 3 years of low, affordable payments. Don't miss this chance to get the Rolex you deserve. Now through August 31st only during IDC's amazing Summer of Savings event. International Diamond Center in Tampa, Clearwater, Lakeland, and now in Sarasota. Approved credit Rolex financing offer requires 20% down payment.
There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor your credit, only a little personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password.
Are you to become a victim?
LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to LifeLock.com.
Looking for reliable and affordable coverage for your home systems and appliances? Choose Choice Home Warranty. With over 25,000 contractors, 24/7 support, and 5-star ratings, awarded Best Home Warranty Company and Best Claim Service by U.S. News 360 Reviews, trust them to protect your home from breakdowns for less than a cup of coffee a day. Get a free quote right now. Just dial pound 250 and say Home Warranty. Limitations apply. Visit choicehomewarranty.com for details. Call now. Pound 250, keyword Home Warranty.
If your stunning home has gone a little stale, it might be time to contact your local CertaPro painters. We bring the power of pro to every job. That's CertaPro's power to do the job right, the first time, every time, and the power to renovate your home without breaking down walls. Take your home from blah to booyah. Get on CertaPro's schedule today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. When a restaurant closes, my reaction is, that sucks. They had good steak. When regional banks close, or 3 of them close overnight, it freaks me out. This is why I have my own personal gold reserve. It's part of my personal protection plan. Call my friends at Oxford Gold Group. Call 833-404-GOLD. 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Hurricane season is here, and now's the time to protect your home with impact windows from Reese Windows and Doors. For your free initial consultation, text FAST to 20129.
WFLA Tampa, WXTB HD2 Clearwater. Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Windows Solutions.
Welcome to our live coverage of Operation Stormwatch Hurricane Idalia. I'm your host, Ryan Gorman, with Dana McKay and Jay Retcher, and we have nonstop coverage for you throughout the day as we take a look at what's happening around the Tampa Bay area and fill you in on everything you need to know from state and local officials. And we are on in both Sarasota and in Tampa right now.
And we are in Tampa on News Radio WFLA 95.3 WDAE, Mix 100.7, US 103.5, 93.3 FLZ, 98 Rock, 95.7 The Beat, Axion 1250 AM, Roomba 106.5 FM, and in Sarasota on 92.1 FM, 103.1 CTQ, and 107.9 WSRZ. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. Download it for free and look for News Radio WFLA, or tell your Alexa or Siri to play News Radio WFLA on iHeartRadio. Our text line is also open. If you have a question, a concern, something you want to share, you can text 82945 and be sure to start your text with WFLA. That's 82945 and start your text with WFLA. The other thing we wanted to do this morning, since there's so many pictures, is if you have pictures of flooding, pictures of storm damage that you wanted to share with us, you can DM us at WFLA News on Instagram, or just tag us in those pictures and we'll share them to our story.
Yeah, we're keeping track of all the flooding that we're seeing across the Tampa Bay area, and there is quite a bit of it. In a few minutes, we're going to check in with Pinellas County. The Emergency Management Director and Sheriff Bob Gualtieri are holding an update on all things Hurricane Idalia, so we're going to have that for you in a couple minutes. Also, I'm sure one of the big questions many of you have right now is, what is the timeline like with these high tides and the flooding, and what could we see throughout the course of the day today? Because when it comes to the flooding, we're not certainly out of the woods yet. You've got another high tide that's supposed to be coming down in just a couple of hours. So we're going to be checking in with our Max Defender 8 meteorologist, who will be joining us every single hour to get the latest information on what you need to watch out for, what you need to be aware of when it comes to more potential flooding that we could see across the Tampa Bay area. Right now, I got to tell you, we obviously dodged another bullet in the sense that this hurricane, which ended up reaching Category 4 status. Right now it's a Category 3 as it made landfall in the Big Bend area. Actually, right now it's a Category 2, so it's weakened quite a bit as it's moved on shore over the past couple of hours. But it got up to a Category 4. We dodged a direct hit. And Dana, you were showing me a map earlier of, where these major hurricanes have hit along the Florida coast, and you just have this gap where one hasn't hit, and it's our area.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy all through the entire Gulf.
Right, except for the Tampa Bay area. But we did tell you yesterday there was going to be some flooding because you had the combination of the storm surge, even though that kept getting downgraded. Originally, they were looking at, could it be upwards of 7 feet of storm surge? Then it was a bit lower as the track shifted a bit more to the west with the storm. But clearly, we are seeing some storm surge and some flooding across the Tampa Bay area, so much so that we've had the Howard Franklin get shut down because in some of the videos that we've seen, you've just got the water rushing over the bridge.
The water is going over the bridge. Yeah, the same thing on the Courtly Campbell Causeway. The eastbound lane is closed with water coming over the road. The westbound is open. It's a little more clear, but Clearwater police are asking people to stay off the roads. Yeah. Gandy Bridge is open, but we're seeing pictures. Derby Lane is all flooded out. Right. And the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office is also preparing to shut down 41 from Big Bend to Sims due to flooding from Idalia. I also saw some pictures that a friend shared in Ruskin of a mobile home park where there's definitely several inches of water in people's homes in that mobile home park. So a lot of flooding.
Yeah, and I know a lot of you might see the floodwaters inching closer to your home. Some people already have a foot of water in their home, depending on where you're at. But if you're wondering how bad is this going to get throughout the day, those are the answers that we're going to get for you right here on our Operation Stormwatch coverage. In Hernando County, the area west of US 19, according to Hernando County officials, no longer accessible to first responders. So again, we mentioned this, even without a direct hit, just the impact of this storm in some of those low-lying flood-prone areas was going to be significant, and we're seeing the result of that today. And this is why officials, doesn't really matter what county we're talking about, whether it's Pinellas, Hillsborough, Hernando, Pasco, they're pleading with all of you to just stay off the roads, because you don't know where the flooding is necessarily going to be. You don't know how deep the water is going to be. They don't want to have to come out and rescue you because you ended up getting stuck in what you thought was a puddle that ended up being a lot deeper, and now you can't get out.
Right, and with the water continuing to rise, you could go out and then not be able to get home.
Right, exactly. So please, if you can just hang out while we get all this sorted out, that is the best course of action to take right now. Let's go to the hotline and bring in Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann with the latest lead. Thanks so much for taking a few minutes to come on with us. And the big question everybody has right now, the storm surge, the high tides, the flooding, what is the outlook like for the next few hours in our region?
Okay. Yeah, first of all, I want to get out there that we are under a tornado warning for around the Zephyr Hills community, right between just south of Dade City along US 98. That's until 9:30. That typically happens when you have landfalling tropical systems embedded in those rain bands. You get some rotation pretty quickly. And we've had a couple of those tornado warnings, but it just for your listeners, if you're in the Zephyr Hills community, if you were, you're already in a really intense tropical rain